Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick.
Good grief. My hands were vibrating, holding my headphones because the sound was so loud.
They were a little loud.
It was very
I keep
loud.
them a little loud.
It was very loud.
I should have turned it down.
Why do you keep them so loud? It's bad for your ears.
Yeah.
Because his ears are already bad, Nick.
I like to hear it all. I like to hear everything. You know?
Yep.
I like
I know
it pretty
the
loud.
feeling.
Josh's heavy breathing. Is that what you want to hear? Because I got to
Oh, wait,
expect.
Odson.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You know, if there's like some sort of buzz or something like that, I'll be able to detect it
Mm.
right away.
Mm-hmm.
Start troubleshooting, stuff like that.
Nice.
Maybe I like hearing myself.
Well, I do too, but
Isn't that the big difference between people in the biz and people not in the biz is when they come in and do an interview and they hear themselves, they're like, I don't like this.
In their own ears
They
at the time.
hate it.
I hear people say that they don't like hearing themselves like after the fact.
That too, but they don't like hearing themselves as they talk. I've heard this as a
Oh.
thing that they say.
Interesting. That's weird.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Whereas that is vital for me. I need to be able to hear myself when
Same.
I'm talking.
Yeah, I
Otherwise,
can't
I
imagine
get-
because
a
you're
world
the
where I
only
don't.
person that believes your takes.
Except for right now,
No.
where I'm not wearing.
Yes,
headphones.
when every now and then when this microphone falls apart, I have to go stand there, and it always feels like
Mhm.
I am 30% worse.
It is weird.
Yeah, I don't like it.
It's weird, but I've gotten used to it.
You do it every day.
do it every day.
Mm-hmm.
Every day now. Every day now.
We got the MLB red carpet show on
Wow.
today.
Harold Reynolds is short.
I think
Wow.
he's standing next to two giants.
Well, he is. But, I mean, he's giving up a foot. Now, I interviewed Harold once.
On the Grum? Did we have him on the Grum once?
No, this was when I was still in Lincoln.
Oh, okay. I think we
he
might
was
have had
he
him.
has a lot of ties
he used
to
to
here.
work. He used to work the College World Series with ESPN, and
ESPN.
I talked to him down on the field.
His family here.
Yeah, it isn't his wife.
See, that's why I said family. I don't know.
A former or current
And-
went to Central, if I remember right.
right. He's also homies with Mike Riley.
Yeah, he grew
Grew up in the same neighborhood
He's
as Mike Riley.
also
Yes.
homies with Mike Riley.
Yeah.
I mean, he's younger than Mike Riley, but
Shout out to HR.
from the same neighborhood.
Nice.
I think his. You were referring to the Daryl who went to Central, right? That
What?
you're talking about a guy who went to Central.
I thought his current or ex-wife went to
So
Central.
I can't remember if it was his nephew or like his nephew by marriage in some way, shape, or form was Daryl Hawkins, who
Oh, yeah.
who graduated from Central in 2009 and ended up playing football at Oregon.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
They're related in some sort of
Scott
way.
Frost recruited him, if I remember right. Because he was a wide receiver, was he not?
Yes. He
Scott Frost
did
was the-
play quarterback at Central, and I think it went to Oregon as a quarterback, but ended up a wide receiver.
Pretty sure it was old Scott Frost that did the honors there.
Scofro.
Look at him, Scafra himself, doing some recruiting.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think we had very many local guys end up in Oregon.
No.
No, not really.
Not that I can remember. He's one of the few, the proud.
Did
Yes.
Avante Dickerson? Now he left. He went to Minnesota,
That sounds right.
and now
Yeah.
he could be anywhere.
He could. All over the world.
This is where you really get me on the double transfers. If you transfer once, maybe I'll pay attention to you. If you transfer twice,
Transfer once, shame on you. Transfer twice, shame on Happer.
We mentioned it yesterday. So Bill Connolly sent us a advanced preview of his new college football book, and so I've been reading it. And I was reading a chapter last night, and it was about the portal and just transfers. And I was like, "Oh, that's right. You used to only be able to transfer once."
once.
And it was just like, wow, so
Weird
many
times.
things have happened over the last decade in college football. It's been pretty nuts. Pretty nuts.
Remember the Big Ten West?
I do.
Remember Legends and Leaders?
I do.
That was the Big Ten West was cool.
Yes,
Legends
it
and
was.
Leaders
It was
was
cool.
Was dumb.
Poll question.
Legends and
Austin, put up
Leaders
a
was
poll
awful.
question.
Was the Big Ten West cool?
There
It
you go.
was.
Yeah,
it was cool in its own way.
Yeah, it was cool.
It never won a conference title, but damn it, it was cool.
It had a lot of randos represent it in the conference title game.
Except for one.
Well, except for 3.
Well,
Nebraska or Wisconsin, Iowa, Northwestern,
Purdue.
Four of the 7.
So Illinois, Nebraska, and Minnesota never made it.
Yikes, that's a tough look for Minnesota.
Well, they went
were
11-2
actually
that
good.
year.
But Nebraska sucked. Like Nebraska was always
It's
bad.
definitely a tough
but
look
it's
for
right.
Nebraska.
I mean,
Minnesota was like good. They had
Minnesota
good-
went 11-2 in
Right,
19,
and they didn't.
and
go
they
to-
lost to Wisconsin in the last game.
and they lost to Iowa that year too, because that was the year. That was when PJ Fleck never beat Iowa.
Yeah, because there was something with a punt. There was something late in the game that happened.
There's always something with a punt.
There it poll question.
Something got
usually.
screwed up.
Yeah, they muffed it. I think maybe.
It was a night game at Kinnick.
I remember
weird
watching
stuff.
that at my best friend's house because him and his wife had just had a child, or it was the child's first birthday. One of the two things.
Happy birthday or happy birth.
happy birthday.
It was a great time, and I remember like, wow, that's a bummer that Minnesota lost. I was rooting for Minnesota. Remember when they beat Penn State that year?
I was rooting for Minnesota too.
That was fun. That was
Yeah,
a
I
cool
wanted them.
year.
I wanted them to be good that year,
Yeah,
and they were.
I love going to games at TCF Bank. It's a great stadium.
Huntington Bank.
Huntington Bank Stadium.
Now it used to be TCF Bank.
Okay, yeah. Why do I remember that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It is a great. It's a great place to watch a football game.
Perfect size.
I went to the hoodie game there.
God, that is amazing.
Were you wearing a hoodie?
I was wearing a large jacket because it was cold as balls.
That's
John.
not a hoodie at all.
It was I was wearing probably a hoodie underneath my jacket.
Would you?
There were people wearing snowsuits.
Okay, was it that
Wow.
cold?
It was cold, windy, and sleeting
Wow.
the entire game. Yeah.
Frost was probably triggered by the fans more than his own players.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what's wrong with him. That was such a bad take by him.
Yeah.
Everyone should have been wearing hoodies.
And that was mid-October. We're not talking about a
Yeah.
November football game.
Yeah, it was cold.
That cold. Snow clothes.
It was sleeting the whole game. I have pictures.
Oh my!
You want to see a
gosh.
picture?
Who started at quarterback? Was that a Vedral game?
Yes.
That was so bad.
Man, there's a lot of these games I have
You don't remember this game?
very little
I remember-
recollection.
Taking my lap around the stadium before the game, and I went over to the north end zone. And the north end zone there is kind of like open. There's no seats behind.
Big old screens over
So
there.
the wind comes in
Yeah.
hot and
cold.
cold in this case. And Nebraska was in the middle of the portion of time where all of their kickers were getting injured.
2019 was bad.
So I went down there and just to see what was going to happen. And I got some video, and I remember, I think I tweeted it out that night, and or
Yep.
maybe it was a picture.
Time to do some advanced Twitter
It
searching.
was a horrendous display of kicking
Oh.
because it was so cold, so wet. I mean, they were missing like 20 yarders, like routinely.
By the way, this game was October 12th. Again,
October 12th, yeah.
We are not talking about late in the season.
That was cold.
No.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, I'm gonna look.
Check
at
out my
the-
tweet from that night. It made the rounds, I think, a little bit, if I remember right.
All right, we'll see if I can. Oh, here it is. Been standing here for 5 minutes. Nobody has made a kick. I will give it a retweet.
Here you go.
Wow, that is amazing. Stibbs responded with the S word.
What did he just
That's
that?
all he said.
Oh yeah.
Bleep.
Mm.
Turned out it didn't matter at all. So there you go.
You said it's cold and windy. He said, "I've heard. Thank you for your service." John Bishop responded. I didn't know you followed Happer back in 2019.
I can't
John.
imagine you did. Maybe it got retweeted onto your timeline.
John said, "I knew they should have stuck their feet in ice water this week at practice." That's a funny tweet, John. Day fight. What if you stand somewhere else? Wow, lots of fun responses to this 6-year-old tweet.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't remember if I was following Connor or not.
Or if
but
it just showed up
it
on
may
your,
have just shown up.
on your
It's a
timeline.
very good tweet, though,
Hmm.
by you.
Great tweet all around by everyone. Great tweet by Stibbs.
Man, they were 4-2 going into that game, coming off that thrilling win over Northwestern.
Mhm.
Yikes.
And then they proceeded to go lose, 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 lose.
Win. Lose.
Yeah. Yeah, they had one good game against Maryland.
They finished. And hey, that game was awesome. They won by a lot of points that night.
The Maryland game?
54-7, Happer. They killed
No,
them.
I remember that.
Okay.
It wasn't awesome though.
Well, it was that they won by 47. It was. You could make an argument that's the.
I forgot Minnesota's undefeated.
Yeah, remember that they were good. They lost to Iowa though. I think they lost to Iowa the same day the Maryland game.
Mo Ibrahim.
Yeah.
He used to have pretty
Nebraska
good games
guy.
against Nebraska.
They ran like the same play over and over and over again. They just ran like off tackle, just like handed off to the dude. And a couple play actions.
They only threw for 128 yards.
Yeah,
They only
Tanner
threw
Morgan.
13 times, but they ran it 49 times for 322 yards. They nearly had 3 guys go over a century.
And John, the wild part about that game is it's not like they were getting large 50, 60-yard gains. It was
just 10 a pop
every time. It was so methodical.
Yeah.
So methodical.
They did it like 2 or 3 times, and I'm sitting there thinking like they might get either they're going to get blown out or they're going to come back, and they got blown out. We ended up leaving early, I think.
Otson asked the question that I imagine many are thinking about. Any good Husker Max recaps? Any good pull quotes?
Oh, here we go.
Take a look.
Our favorite
From
game.
Tad Stryker.
Nice. What up, Tad?
No
It's
relation to
always
Ted Stryker.
Striker.
When you're losing one-on-one battles, it really doesn't matter much what plays you dial up on offense or what schemes you cook up on defense.
I wonder if anybody wrote in their column about the presence of the hoodies.
Well, let's find out from Brian Christopherson of
BC.
Husker 24/7. What the Gophers did wasn't complicated. They did nothing that surprised Nebraska's defense. They just simply pushed the Huskers around.
They 100% did.
From Derek Peterson of Hale Varsity.
Oh, I remember him. Do you remember him?
This is, yes. Where did he go?
Where did
Well, he went to Minnesota, then I kind of lost track of him after.
Hard to feel like this one was hard to not feel like this was one step in the wrong direction.
Is that this guy? Is that a white guy? Is that guy?
No.
Okay.
Not that guy.
Not
He
that
had
guy?
like
Peterson?
Derek Peterson.
Yeah.
Spelled the same way as you.
Where?
He was like a Hale Varsity, wasn't he? Hale Varsity, and then he was kind of one of those internet guys. He did some internet,
The Land of 10?
maybe.
He was the Oklahoma guy.
yes, the Oklahoma guy. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to that guy.
Yeah, I don't know
I
what
don't think
happened
we
to
ever had him on
He
the
seems
show.
like the kind of guy who probably isn't on Twitter anymore because he doesn't believe in the things that are happening on Twitter.
I see.
Oh.
From M.
Him.
Well, we just call him by his middle initial, M.
Stefan.
We'll talk to him later.
The home team played with hunger. The visitors, not so much.
They
Yeah.
played with
That sounds like now.
no hunger.
Zero hunger.
I was
Here-
hungrier.
here's-
I was eating cheese curds in the stands all night long.
Here's Chattel.
Tom.
This is such a tough league to try to develop a tough guy mentality if it's not there.
Man, you can just tell that the scribes are trying to figure out how to explain this.
What do I say without saying I'm out on this?
Uh-huh.
From Matt Hardesty of the Daily Nebraskan.
I remember Matt. He
I
was.
have no
I
idea
think.
who
Yeah,
this
he was a
is.
student at the time.
Nebraska is 3 games better than it was a year ago at this point. That is certainly progress, but it will take a lot more toughness and focus to avoid a fate similar to 2018.
Again,
Season was
like
a disaster.
they're better, but this kind of sucks. This kind of sucks.
From Bob Hamar of the GI Independent.
I know Bob.
who are these people?
You've never seen Bob before?
Bob's been
I
around
don't
for
go
a
to the
long
press
time.
box very often.
Bob's at every game.
Bob's been
All right,
around for a while.
If I go to a game this year, could you introduce me to
Sure,
him?
why not?
I would love to meet him.
While the Gophers are exceeding expectations, the Huskers aren't. Maybe that says something about those expectations.
Oh, no, it should have been maybe said something about the coaches, Bob.
What publication does Bob actually work for? Is it
Well, and the Independent, Grand Island.
Grand
Independent.
Island Independent? Okay, I thought it was Hastings for a second.
From Sean, don't call me Bill Callahan. This wasn't Michigan or Ohio State. This was Minnesota. They physically dominated every phase of the game, and now Frost and the Huskers have to sit for 2 weeks and think about that.
Oh, they had a bye week the next week.
Mhm.
And then you know who they played 2 weeks later?
Probably Ohio State.
They played
Indiana. And
lost.
that was when he had the hoodie comments.
Yes.
It took 2 weeks.
It took
That's
2 weeks
right.
for the hoodie
That's
comments.
right.
Yes. Yeah,
It
the
was
hoodie
not
comments
after the
did
game.
not come
They
out
did
to the
not
Minnesota
come
game.
out.
He
Yeah.
did it, and he didn't do it in a random media press conference. He did it after the Indiana game.
Right.
He was
So there
wearing a hoodie after the Indiana game,
so it
being
was-
triggered about hoodies.
So it was
What
like
an
3
idiot.
press conferences later
Yeah. Yeah.
because there was a bye week.
There would have been a Monday presser. There would have been the Thursday presser. There would have been all the pressers.
Yeah.
Unreal.
From Chip Scoggins of the Minneapolis Star
Oh,
Tribune.
I was going to say, I don't know.
The Gophers imposed their will with hard-nosed football that broke Nebraska's spirit.
They did. That's true. Nebraska
finally-
got steamrolled.
From Husker Mike of Corn Nation, the
That guy
team
hates me.
that couldn't run the ball against teams like Georgia Southern, South Dakota State, and Fresno State gashed Nebraska for 322 yards.
Gash.
gash.
It was a big gash.
Gash.
It
And
was.
there's your pull
You don't hear the
quotes.
word gash much anymore.
Oh, it was.
Should we bring back the word gash?
It was.
We want to bring
I
poll
think you
question.
hear it in
Should we
football
bring back
quite a
gash?
bit.
I do say
Do you?
gash.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard you say gash.
They were getting gashed.
I'm gonna
They were
say it
getting
now,
gashed.
Nick.
Gashed.
Get ready.
The Cowboys
for the
defense,
gash?
they were getting gashed.
What? Come on now, Happer.
They were
Hmm.
gashed.
The good
Nebraska
nu-
got gashed for sure.
The good news was of their next 4 losses,
Nebraska's?
3 of them were close.
Cue it, Nick. The only Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that one was close for a little bit.
And you know what happened that day?
Then they gave up a kickoff return.
You know what happened the morning of the
Scott Frost got an extension
He
of his
did.
contract.
I
He
was
did.
I woke up in my now wife's bed and I rolled over to get on Twitter and I was like, "What? What's going on with this piece
Unbelievable.
of information?" And then I did overreaction that day.
You were in your non-wife's bed.
Yeah, separated, of course, by a divider.
Yeah, no, of course. It's like how it's how
like
our
how-
bedroom is. We have
yes.
2 twin beds
Two
Sure.
beds
with an end table in the middle with a
Mhm.
lamp on it.
That's how it goes.
Mhm.
And many dogs, apparently,
2, but only one's ours. We only let one sleep with us because the other one is our roommate.
Ah.
with us.
In the room.
In the
In
room.
the room.
But the
Yeah.
dog bed is in the middle.
Yeah, of course.
That's
Where else
what's-
would the dog bed be?
That's what's in the middle.
Oliver, Mr. Chance writes. I don't know why I called him Oliver.
Oliver.
Chance, 1620 the gash.
Oh, the gash boys.
Mhm.
Oh,
Mm.
Gash comes up a lot actually during football season.
Yeah, it does. Because, I mean, teams gashed other teams for big yards, and it's usually in the running game.
And Nebraska gets gashed a lot.
I swear
By
I've
Wisconsin.
never heard gash in this context.
How many times has Wisconsin
Never?
gashed Nebraska?
11, 12,
Many times.
14 especially.
24 for sure.
What's the worst gash? Is it 12 or 14 against
It's got to
Wisconsin?
be 14, the Melvin
Ah.
Gordon game,
No,
right?
it's 12 because it was the same stupid play over and over again, and it was 3 different guys.
Well, the 2012
Melvin
was
Gordon ran for 400
But
yards.
I know, but this was
Happer-
it's more impressive, and they did it in a championship
so.
game.
Hey, speaking of Melvin Gordon in the Big Ten championship game, 9 carries,
I know, 220 something.
16. He averaged
Yeah.
24 yards a carry.
I remember.
Happer, 24.
I remember.
24 yards a carry.
Yeah.
That is insane.
But he only played 3 quarters in the 408 game.
Monty Ball only averaged 9.6 yards per carry.
And James White also ran for 100 in that game, right?
Yes, 216, 202, 109.
It's-
They
it's
had
what-
539 rushing yards.
It's one thing. It's one thing to give up 3 guys with 100 yards. Nebraska gave up 3 guys with 100, 2 guys with 200 yards. That's gash.
So,
Gash.
I mean, okay, while we're just, let's collect all the gashes first before. So,
Let's collect some gashes.
Jonathan Taylor ran for 250 at least twice.
Yes.
He hit 200 yards every single time.
Yeah.
17,
18 and 19.
18, and 19, which
Yeah.
was the worst gashing of those.
Probably the 18 one. I think the other 2 were kind of more methodical.
17, I remember the Soul Crusher drive after Nebraska got the pick 6.
He had an 80-something yarder.
I mean, no, it wasn't one run.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of a different
It was
one
like
then.
5 runs
Oh.
of 15.
My bad. I was thinking of 18.
Yeah.
Yeah. 17. Yeah, it's just boom, boom, boom. I think after Nebraska ties it, Wisconsin throws it twice. The whole rest of the game.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's a gash.
that was a gash.
Yeah, you were gashed.
That was a gash.
By
Okay.
the way, the pull quotes from the 2012 championship game.
Oh no!
Oh,
no!
I don't know if we've ever
Okay,
done this
but,
one.
Josh, could you look up
What do you want? What do you
what did Wisconsin run for as a team in the 14 game?
want? 581. So actually more than
More.
2012. But
More.
I know, but
one
this
guy
is a
had
championship
408.
And that game was close. Hit it. That
Well,
game was close.
Nebraska was up by 14 at
yes,
one
Nebraska
point.
was up
Yeah.
17-3
Yeah.
in that game.
And
Yeah.
then
So they did it all in this extremely concentrated period
well,
of time.
They were never up in this.
The definition, I would argue, of gash.
if I remember right, I would have to go back and look at the play-by-play chart, but Melvin Gordon's, I know he had like nothing in the first quarter. I'm pretty sure most of the 408 come in the two
yeah,
middle
because he
quarters,
didn't play much in the fourth either.
which is just insane
Yeah.
to think about.
Gash.
Gash. I've received a complaint that we're talking too much sports in the crossover.
Oh no.
No, this is fun.
Yeah, but
This wasn't going
we
anywhere
haven't
anyway.
done pull quotes for a while.
Yeah. This is a tradition.
From Tad Stryker of Husker Max. Unfortunately, this
Stryker.
pretty much wipes out the nation's memory of 4 great double-digit comebacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
That
was
definitely, people do definitely forget.
From M. Maybe you thought you'd seen the last of this stuff.
Nope.
Well, we were wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. There's about 20 more years left.
From the man who probably gives us the best pull quotes of all, but he doesn't give it to us all the time, but when he does, they're good.
Who is it?
Lee Barfnecht.
Lee.
The unvarnished truth is that much of the 6-game winning streak NU toted to Indy was coated in fool's gold.
Coded.
From Dirk
Pilled.
Chatlin.
Dirk.
Hi, Dirk.
Ruined is any hope that college football will take NU seriously anytime soon.
Damn. That was pretty
12
blunt.
years later, 13 years later, it's still true. Let's see.
Too bad we can't do.
From Brandon Vogel,
Did
then of Hale Varsity.
Did anybody try to couch it?
No. You probably have a lot of questions. I don't have a lot of answers.
I wish there could be pull quotes from Bigger to Reaction that night, because it would just be Damon and Michael yelling at each other about the Kenny Bell block for 2 hours.
That is so stupid. I can't believe they did that, because that was a disaster of a football game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, but there was, we were in a place that, just 4 or 5 hours earlier was hopping
Back to the gills.
with enthusiastic and inebriated Husker fans and or media members, namely Josh.
True. But I wasn't a media member. I was just a producer at the time.
Well, yeah.
You could be drunk as a producer.
I was hammered.
And then as we're sitting there, the place is emptying out. They are packing all the stuff away. All the games are getting put away. The booze is getting put away. It was one of the most, at least when we did the one from Columbus, we were in a bar.
Yeah.
Now, Gary was also taking orders from, requests because people thought that he was the DJ. But at least that one had atmosphere after a blowout. This,
not so much.
This was not so much. And then you had Damon back here sitting in that.
No. He was in Indy. He was back here for the Ohio State game.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Michael and Damon just going back and forth about that play.
That is so wild. They got their asses beat, and they're arguing over if the block was a block or not. Whatever happened? Do we know what happened to that team? Why they lost by 39? Aren't there all sorts of rumors and stories about
that? Is an excellent question.
The night before or something.
I'm trying to remember. Gary and Damon, who would they have on the air?
They did. They did a roundtable downstairs.
They had someone on.
Name linebackers from the 2012 team. Did they have PJ Smith? I
don't remember.
Was PJ Smith on that team?
I don't remember, and I wish I could remember some of the stories, but it made a lot of sense as to why things fell apart.
Yeah.
Like they
I'm
did.
thinking of linebacker names in my head that could have been on the team in 2012, and man, some names that I just pulled out of my head are crazy. So Compton was gone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
How about Justin Blatchford? Was he on there?
That's a name that I haven't thought about in a long time.
Here you go. Sean Fisher.
Oh, nice.
I don't think it would have been him.
Alonzo Whaley, Will Compton, Sean Fisher.
Was PJ Smith on that team? If PJ Smith was on that
PJ Smith
team,
was a safety, yeah.
Okay. I think it might have been PJ Smith.
It could have been.
That was on the show.
I couldn't I wish I could remember what was said. It was really interesting because it was oh, okay.
Because that was one of those, the 2012 Wisconsin night before kind of got told in a similar way as the 2015 Miami loss, where what happened, the guys didn't follow curfew, or maybe Mike Riley gave them no curfew down in Miami, and it caused a lot of issues.
Well, I feel like I remember the story going from that Big Ten championship game. They just thought that they were going to win. They
were just super confident.
They weren't taking them particularly seriously, maybe.
Yikes, even though they had been trailing by double digits.
I don't know that for sure, but I felt like that was part of the story on that.
Well,
but they had beaten them at home.
Yeah. They beat them at home.
They were 7-5.
Yeah. Nebraska was 10-2. They won a bunch of games in a row.
The only reason they got there was because one team was on probation.
And the other one was on probation.
And they were both on probation.
Yeah.
And they lost to one of them.
7-5 and finished third in their division and blew Nebraska out by 40.
And Nebraska had to have that crazy fumble against Penn State, and then they lost to Ohio State that year. So they played both of those teams,
Isn't that crazy though? Ohio State's on suspension still from Tattoo Gate.
Yeah.
And Penn State's still on suspension from
Sandusky.
Yes. Two of the crazier, more diametrically opposed postseason suspensions of all time, and that's why Nebraska ended up playing
Wisconsin.
I remember
and lost by 40.
7-5 Wisconsin.
What if they would have? what if they? I mean, I guess they did play Ohio State that
and they lost by a lot of points,
63 to 27.
That was the last loss before this one.
Yeah,
I remember driving there because I was out on Bo by that point. But I remember talking about it with my friends, like, look, he gets this conference championship game. Like, who cares? Go to the Rose Bowl. They would have gone to the Rose Bowl.
To the Rose Bowl, Josh.
They would have been 11-2.
Who did they play that year? TCU?
Stanford.
Is that who?
No. You're right, John. It was.
I thought it was TCU.
Yeah, maybe it was TCU.
Because didn't Barry coach that game?
No, it was Stanford. It was Stanford. He did because what's his name
because
went to
Bielema
Arkansas.
went to
Stanford beat him 20-14. So they would have played.
Oh man,
what would that have been? The second
who was on that
David
Stanford
Shaw
team?
Remember, was it Stephon Taylor, the running back? Was that the guy that they had in the backfield?
Who are you talking about?
Stanford.
Stanford in 14?
In 12.
Because that's who Nebraska would have played in the Rose Bowl.
Oh my gosh.
So Stephon Taylor was the running back. He was really good. It was David Shaw. This was his second year as a head coach. Let's see if I can name some
taking
other
over
dudes.
for Jim Harbaugh.
Taking over for Jim Harbaugh. That Stanford team was the one that beat the undefeated Oregon team late in the year that kept Oregon out of the Natty.
Damn,
because they won in overtime.
Who's their quarterback?
Roster. It was Kevin Hogan.
Dear God.
Yeah.
And he was a freshman.
They could have won.
Wait.
They could have won. Was he the starter, John?
Did Wisconsin beat him?
No. Wisconsin lost 20-14.
This was a kid. This is Barry Sanders Jr.
Oh, he was on that team?
Yeah. He was a freshman.
And, he's not there. I was going to say, what's his name? A young Tyke, but he was not on the team yet. I'm guessing McCaffrey showed up the next year.
Yeah, McCaffrey was not on that
because he was
team.
there in 15 when they smashed Iowa. Yep, that's right.
Ty Montgomery was on that team.
And it was after Toby Gerhart.
It was after Toby Gerhart, yeah.
So he was the in-between running back.
Uh-huh. Those Stanford teams were good.
Still in a Rose Bowl. They were awesome.
I don't know. They probably would have whooped Nebraska on the offensive line and defensive line.
Yeah, probably.
But still, maybe you guys would have gone to the Rose
I mean, Nebraska
Bowl.
would have been more explosive. Like, they would have had more big playability.
How do we view Taylor Martinez's career if he goes to a Rose Bowl? If he wins if they end the conference championship game straight.
It's not like Taylor played bad in that game.
And does Bo leave for Arkansas if they win?
Ooh.
Remember all the stories about that it was down to him and Bielema?
Yeah. Well, he has the leverage at that point.
Oh,
yes.
A lot of it. A lot of leverage.
Yeah, it's possible he leaves.
To Arkansas.
That would have been wild.
That would have been
Who does Nebraska
We would have
hire
had
if Bo
a
goes to
complete
Arkansas?
meltdown.
Oh, people would have lost
if
their
Bo
minds.
would have left after winning the Rose Bowl to Arkansas,
Well, let's see.
who was hot in 12?
Osborne, they had just hired.
They had just hired.
Eichhorst?
Eichhorst took over in September, but I think his official day was January 1st. So he would have just become the AD on Jan 1.
Well, because I remember when we were in Columbus, that's when the news came out that he was going to be the guy.
Because I think what happened, because they forced. Well, he kind of didn't Osborne surprise Harv with the random retirement?
I don't remember.
But I think Eichhorst's official first day was January 1st.
So Eichhorst would have made the hire.
Eichhorst would have made the hire. Well, Happer, back then, you say who would it have been? There were a lot of rumors and scuttlebutt that Jim Tressel was apparently someone.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Hondo
Yeah.
Carpenter always loved talking about how Jim Tressel would go to Nebraska.
He would take that job in a heartbeat.
Can you now there is an alternate reality. Nebraska wins this game. They go to the Rose Bowl. They beat Stanford. Bo leaves for Arkansas. Nebraska hires Jim Tressel, who's on the bounce back after Ohio State.
That would have been amazing.
Wow.
Would it have been any good?
Well,
I mean the whole Mike Riley era gets erased, but we probably end up with Frost anyway.
Yeah, probably. But I don't know. I mean, Jim Tressel at the time, he was only a couple years removed. It's not like, he had been out of the game for a ton of years.
Right.
The issue with him was just always he was like a conservative coach. His offensive, he never really adjusted, but he was a good recruiter.
I mean, just consider
at
that,
Ohio State.
Yeah.
That the reason Jim Tressel basically got bounced out of major college football was for something
Tattoos.
so benign that today, the only place you get suspended for doing stuff like that is wherever Teddy Bridgewater's coaching now.
But
nice.
He could
Good
have
reference,
got
John.
back in probably if he wanted to. But he's the chancellor at Youngstown State or something? Isn't he
Well, he
doing
was.
some administration?
At the time, I think he was.
Now he's the lieutenant governor of Ohio.
Yeah. Was he with the Colts in 2012, John?
Yes, he was with the Colts in 2011 as a consultant. And then that's the end of his coaching. But then he went to Youngstown and hired Bo.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he was with Bo.
Yeah.
The Youngstown boys.
Wow, the Youngstown boys.
Remember that? Yeah, there was that whole
Wow,
thing.
can you imagine that if Jim Tressel would have?
I don't know what it,
I mean,
would it have been good or bad?
I think it would have been good.
It would have
been good.
But I think he's a good coach.
I mean,
I think he's a good coach.
Probably would have been fine. Would have been better than Riley. Would have covered up that.
Way better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who else was like the hot coaches of the time.
Give me some group of fives from 2012.
Well, let's see.
Our dear friend Jacob Bigelow just sent me a text with a list of
was
coaches.
Would
were
Mark
hired that year.
D'Antonio have left that year?
There's an interesting one.
Yeah.
All right, here are coaches
I
that got
loved
hired.
Mark D'Antonio.
Mike McIntyre got hired by Colorado that offseason. Gary Anderson went to Wisconsin. Yikes.
Absolutely horrible.
Gus Malzahn got hired by Auburn. The Gus bus, baby. That was a good coach. He took Auburn to the Natty the
Arkansas
next year.
State.
He was at Arkansas State.
Yes.
Nebraska had played against them that year, and that's where Evil Kent came from.
Yes.
We could have had Tommy Tuberville.
No, thank you, John.
Many politicians.
He went to because that was the year he went to Cincinnati.
John's favorite coach got hired by Texas Tech that year.
John's favorite coach got
Clifford
hired by
Caleb.
Kingsbury. Yep, indeed. Todd Monken got hired by Southern Miss. Bobby Petrino got hired by Western Kentucky.
Wait, could we have ended up with Gary Anderson?
Honestly, yes.
Well,
Gary Anderson was thought of very highly at the time. He won a ton out at Utah State. Right? That's where
He was
came
at
from?
Utah State. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
At Utah State.
Hey, speaking of Utah, do they go after Whittingham?
That was always the coach that everybody
that's
had
possible.
on their mind.
People liked Whittingham, and they also liked what's his name down at TCU.
You know who else got hired
Gary
in
Anderson. Or
2013?
Gary, Patterson.
You know who else got hired in 2013?
Thank you, Nick. Who?
Matthew Rule.
Oh, by Temple. Wouldn't have been him.
Could the Rule era have started that or much earlier?
No, that's way too early.
Mark Stoops, who is still at Kentucky.
Wow, shout out to the Wildcats. Shout out.
Actually, you know what? The guy they could have ended up with was Philip John Fleck. That was the year he got hired by Western Michigan.
See, but
no, you'd have to do it after that.
Yeah, probably. But I'm just saying, look at that. PJ, that was when he got his first break.
When did he? So he was at Minnesota starting in 15. So Western Michigan had that great season in 14.
No, they had a good year in 16. He got there in 17.
17.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, but you got to think, John, in the day, Nebraska loses a coach to a power league, so they're probably thinking like, we got to upgrade.
No, I know. Yeah, it's probably not going to be PJ, but it's just interesting to see his name show up there.
You got to look at sitting coaches at that point. Who might have been?
What do you got?
Honestly, I'm just thinking. Okay, how would Eichhorst think?
That's a good way to do it.
Well, he was tied up in what? He came from Miami and he was at Wisconsin
He had
before
just
that.
been at Miami. Yeah.
Maybe they could have been honking for Monken. Todd Monken was hired that year by Southern Miss. He was at Oklahoma State. Would Butch Jones?
Butch Jones.
Yeah, that could have been.
Yeah, does he just look to this? Does he look at Nick Saban and try to find somebody down in the South?
Because if you're looking, I mean,
does he go after Kirby Smart? Kirby Smart was a coordinator.
Would they have been able to hire a coordinator though?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're talking about in terms
Nebraska.
of the reaction around here?
Yeah.
Man. And there would have always been the concern that he's going to leave eventually.
I'm just thinking that Eichhorst, and I'm going off of his last search, but he would have gone after an already existing head coach, right?
But think about this, John.
Someone who was already a head coach, not a coordinator. So the head coaches that were hired that year were Bielema. Obviously, it wasn't going to be him.
We would never
Gus
hire
Malzahn,
Bielema.
Steve Adazio, who left Temple.
Wait, real quick.
Guys being dudes.
I mean, Bielema's. Is that crazy that they wouldn't have kicked the tires on that?
Well,
because if
Bielema was the name that came up when Bo left.
But if Bo goes to Arkansas and he also has ties to Wisconsin, Bielema also hated being at Wisconsin because they were poor or they didn't spend money. He would definitely consider Nebraska.
And they had ties with Eichhorst. He had ties with Eichhorst.
Well, I would assume so. I would assume Eichhorst was at Wisconsin at a same time frame. Though that would have been interesting. Nebraska beats Wisconsin two times, and then they hire him.
Wasn't there, or am I thinking a year later, wasn't there a rumor that Bielema was...
No, that was after.
That was when Bo left.
That was when Bo left.
Because remember,
okay, so that was a couple years
Bielema
later.
said that like, I'm all hog.
That's
well,
right.
and Harvey Perlman said we would never hire Bielema.
Bielema.
And he talked about his character and stuff like that. I'm like, what are you doing?
Are not winning.
So, but think about this: the Bo era, the whole like, do you hire a coordinator? Or do you hire existing head coach thing? If Bo wins that game, there's and then leaves.
Yeah.
There's not this reaction of like, oh, we have to do the opposite. We can't hire a coordinator. We
Correct.
have to hire a head coach.
You can do whatever you want to do.
Then you can do whatever.
Because they just won. Yeah, you're feeling good about you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself if you're Nebraska.
Yeah.
Sure, we lost our coach, but we hated that guy anyway.
You're operating from a
Well, but
position of
people weren't.
strength.
I mean, people would not have been hating him in the moment. They would have.
They would have been loving him.
No,
Right.
but that's what Icorst. We don't like him anyway. We'll be fine.
Well, but Icorst had just gotten here, so did he really have that?
Harvey definitely hated him.
Harvey did. But see, again, I'm just thinking of Icorst, and I'm guessing he would have gone with someone who was established. An
Yeah.
established head coach.
I'm guessing that would have been the case. And Nebraska probably felt like they could have done that. They could have done established. Would be my guess.
Yeah.
Maybe they could have hired Daryl Hazel.
Oh my gosh.
Daryl Hazel, the worst Big Ten coach of all time.
Max says, was that when Tom Herman was taking off? No, it still took a couple of years. Because he
Yeah.
was the OC of the Ohio State team that won the Natty in 14.
You know who I always thought about? I can't remember when his name popped into my head, but I was like obsessed with this idea for a brief moment. This is before Lamar Jackson shows up in Baltimore, John Harbaugh.
Oh.
I always wanted John Harbaugh. Because
Interesting.
I thought he was really good, and I thought he overachieved a lot. And then he got Lamar, and then it took off to a different
So
level.
you're saying,
but he
like,
was about to get fired.
like you could get him in the mid-aughts Ravens
Yeah.
when they had taken a bit of a step back. That Super Bowl was a few years in the rear view.
he was because he was about to, he was kind of slipping and about to get
I bet
fired.
John would have been a good college coach.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole family is awesome, obviously.
Yeah.
He probably would have been.
Yeah.
I don't know.
John Harbaugh is to you what Bill Cowher was to me. Because
Yeah.
when they were searching for Callahan, I was wanting Cowher.
Nice.
It's like I want to see how this works. I think this guy would be good.
That's
Yeah.
a good one. People
But
keep
nobody
bringing up-
ever talked about him, and that never
No.
was a thought by anybody.
People brought Pat Fitzgerald a few times. Patty Fitz.
I don't think in that moment he would have left Northwestern for Nebraska.
Well, yeah, he didn't go to bigger jobs.
You want the Shrek stuff to happen here, though?
Yeah,
the Shrek stuff would have happened here.
Listen, it was
thank God.
It was either the Shrek stuff or what was happening at Gate 20, whatever. One
Nice.
way or another, there's bad things that were going down.
Nice, John. Wow.
Give me some other. Do you have some other sitting head coaches in 12?
Well, I'm
Ooh.
just looking at the coaching changes.
Or like go to coaches that didn't change. Like go to some standing coaches for that year.
All right, Terry Bowden,
No,
Rich Rod at Arizona.
definitely. You don't have to go alphabetically, John.
Well,
Nice.
I'm just going down the
Okay.
list here.
I got one for you. Now, this is way out of left field, and no way Icorst would ever think this way. But a guy named Lincoln Riley was the offensive coordinator at East Carolina. And if
That
you
would
are
be
forward
way
thinking,
forethought.
that
yeah.
is too galaxy brain. But if you're forward thinking, that would certainly be a guy you would want to consider, just like Kirby.
Okay. Take Icorst out of
they could have considered the head coach at Florida Atlantic, Carl Blee.
Carl.
Where was Kiffin? I guess he was.
He would have been
He was
at
at USC,
USC.
so he wouldn't have left.
Yeah.
Lane wouldn't have left. Well, who are you going to say?
I was going to say, if you take Icorst out of the equation, does the name Kirk Ferentz pop into anyone's mind?
No, because that's when Iowa started taking a bit of a step back.
Yeah.
This was right before the rebound.
But they went to the Orange Bowl in what?
09.
09?
Now,
Yeah.
here's a
Ricky
name.
Stanzi,
Ricky
America,
Stanzi,
greatest country ever, love it or
USA.
leave it.
USA #1.
Yeah.
What you got for us, John?
He was on the downhill track.
Yeah.
Les Miles.
Oh,
That's an
disaster
interesting-
averted.
Yeah, that would have been interesting to see if he would have
like an escape hatch
yeah,
job.
if he
where
would
it's
have been like, I'll do it.
yeah,
Well, along those lines, what about gumbo, gumbo, gumbo?
Jimbo.
No,
He would have
no.
been at USC.
Ed
right?
Orgeron in 2012. Yes, he was on Lane's staff.
D line coach at USC.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted him as a D line coach.
What if they kicked the tires on Mike Leach?
Could have.
That's a name that came up every
What
time.
about Dan Mullen?
Man, I love Dan Mullen.
At
I was
Mississippi
always-
State?
I was a huge Dan Mullen guy.
Well, he got Dak like what the next year?
Yeah. They had the run a couple years later. And
Yeah.
if I remember right, Dan has like family up here, or his wife has family.
Well, he
up
showed
here.
up here this summer, like a couple weeks ago.
He has relations here.
Now, I'm not saying he would have been, but I think he would have shown up on a lot of lists, and Nebraska fans would have been excited. Ken Niemela-Tololo.
Oh, yeah. People love
at
the
Navy.
option. People love the option. Love the option.
Let's see. It's like the guy at Ohio, Frank Solich.
It was okay.
Wow. Yeah, there's some interesting names.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely some interesting names.
But
that showed up on here. And you know what? Think about it. Kiffin could have been. I mean, because he got fired the next year, right?
Kiffin got
Tarmacked.
fired. Yes, in the 2013 season. Yeah.
So maybe he wouldn't have gotten. But I mean,
ultimately, it's still
they went into 2012 ranked number 1 in the
Yeah.
preseason, and then they just didn't have a very good year.
Ultimately, I think it's just so hard to tell on that one that at that time because of the season they would have had, Bo leaving and Eichhorst.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is like a total wild card.
Yeah.
Could they have swung Gary Patterson?
See,
That's a name that came up.
That's a good one
Yeah.
because I think so. Because TCU was still a group of 5 team or whatever we called it back then. They were not in the Big 12. They were in the Mountain West. Well, I mean, why haven't we mentioned him? Chris Peterson.
Chris Peterson, yeah.
He went to Washington for the next year. He was Washington's coach in 13. Because I always thought Nebraska missed out on him. Now, there was always the story with his son. His son had something that they needed to be near a hospital. And apparently Boise, of all places, had a hospital.
And everyone kind of thought that he wasn't along for the ride very long anyway.
But that was someone I always thought they should have kicked the tires on, obviously. That was he was my favorite coach in college football at the time, besides Chip Kelly.
Would James Franklin have been a possible candidate?
Good one.
Was he at Vandy yet?
He was at Vandy.
Was. And they were on the come.
Yeah, as Bo would say.
They were I think they
Gets
won
me every
9 games
time.
in 2012.
Yeah.
That's a good one. See, now we're thinking. God, Chris Peterson. That's my dream.
This is fun. We should just pick an off season
Happy New Year. Nick, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New
Yeah.
Year as we have
Yeah.
successfully
That was 40
done a
minutes of
one-way-
football.
That was awesome.
Congrats. Nebraska won a conference championship. So
Yeah.
the streak is
God,
the-
yeah.
So now
we
the,
did it.
It's
so
like
now
the
the
little-
streak is only 13 years.
It's like the little message that pops up on the screen, like on Oregon Trail or something. Congrats! You just entered an alternate reality where Nebraska beat Wisconsin in the 2012 Big Ten championship game, but Bo Pelini left you.
Right.
What do you do?
Wow. Plus, then we never have to debate about firing Bo. This is a better timeline. I love this
Would
timeline.
Sean Lycor still be here?
That Eric and Fremont guy will never email me again. Great news for all parties. Great news. Sean Eichhorst, is he still here? Wow. Now that's the alternate
The
reality.
energy bus was just getting off
Lee
the ground.
Barfneck would have stuck around just to go after Eichhorst.
Yeah.
I'm not taking my buyout, World Herald. I'm writing about him still.
That's your crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete, Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com.
Bye.
The Grum is next on 1620 Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I'm wondering, could we like put you in bubble wrap and you can't make any gestures or any faces?
I didn't want the
Nick,
show to look bad.
I'm just curious.
All right, fine. I won't say anything moving forward. I'll
Then it's
sit
on
over here.
Nick.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Sit over here.
Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
It would be fun to keep track of all the times Judge either overtly or subliminally backseat produces Nick.
I'm just trying to help the show.
Hey,
Did
it's
you
just
get
funny.
mad? You triggered?
I'm not mad.
Not about the camera thing, no.
What are you triggered by?
You brought the thing.
I asked a question.
Yeah, but
I wasn't
then
being critical
you
of you.
assumed that I didn't.
No, I was literally not. I assumed he screwed up.
There's an implication
Oh,
that
you
I
assumed
wouldn't have
I
caught it,
screwed up.
though.
I didn't do anything wrong. I just hit the record button.
All right.
I mean, I
I was
hit
just
the
asking, Nick.
go
I wasn't
live
trying to
button.
apply anything.
Welcome to the Crumb.
Yeah,
Hello.
that'll be in a few minutes.
Brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. It's been a very busy day, so there's no Grum Down.
No Grum Down.
Not a graphical representation of a Grum Down. I was very busy today. I spent most of the day driving to and from doctor's appointments.
I see that you got
Ridiculous.
something on your
Yeah,
arm.
you got
Yeah,
some
I
blood
got some-
testing.
yeah.
Also, it's been, John, I usually don't do this on the air, but you've been dressing differently lately. I had never seen you in a T-shirt before, and now you're wearing T-shirts
Yeah, you
all
got a
the
lot
time.
of pocket shirts.
Is
I
it
like those,
because-
by the way.
Pocket
But
shirt.
no graphics. John has 0 shirts with graphics.
Oh, I've got plenty of shirts with graphics.
Is it because of buttoning?
No,
You're
I
a
can button
T-shirt man
fine.
now.
I can button just fine. My hand is working
Welcome
a little
to-
bit better all the time.
Welcome to the T-shirt
I
line.
love
I just-
pocket shirt, John.
I just decided not to.
Care anymore?
No, it's not
I don't
care. It's a
care.
T-shirt.
54-year-old
It's just
John.
a T-shirt.
I know it. I never see. I literally the first time I ever saw John in a T-shirt was when we were going to bed in our joint hotel room in 2019, and I
when
was
you
like,
had the sleepover.
I was like, "Whoa, T-shirt!" It's like I'd never seen
It's like
John
seeing
in
a T-shirt
That's
outside
all
of
I
school.
do. That's all I wear at home is T-shirts.
That's all I wear everywhere. I love T-shirts.
Yeah,
I'm wearing
I
a
like
T-shirt
them.
right now.
I like them too. I just decided it was a very busy day, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, in Lincoln, you can't get anywhere because everything's under construction.
So you went to the doctor,
I had therapy and I had to go to the doctor.
and we had
And the doctor's on the other side of town, so it's like drive.
And you and I had joint meetings at 11:30 and noon.
Yes,
Recorded video meetings.
Yes.
is what we'll call them.
correct.
They were great.
They
Great
were excellent.
conversations.
They were
A lot
great
of sports in
conversations.
those meetings.
There was a lot. There was a lot.
Be interesting if anybody ever hears that.
But yeah, I didn't get a chance to do the graphical representation of a Grum Down, but there's always a Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Farron will be joining us
Oh,
live from
baseball.
Atlanta, home of the All-Star Game.
Mark Jaron.
Awesome.
Michael Bruntz will be along, joining us live from, I'm assuming, either the home office there at Husker 24/7 or maybe the home.
Probably at home. He's not going to Vegas. Yeah, probably at home.
We did not get a chance to get to Scribes Peterson's breakdown.
Nice. Wait, Scribes Peterson breakdown? Is that what you just called it?
Scribes Peterson's breakdown
Oh, okay. But that there were 2 Scribe Petersons.
of year 3.
The second Scribe
God,
Peterson
I
is the
can't
Grum.
wait till the end of year 3.
This is the last time, John. I'm done writing about
No,
year
it's not,
3 after
it's
this.
not your fault. It's
No,
not
I mean, I know,
your
but
fault.
I've been obsessed with it.
It's not your fault.
I've written about it like 4
Remember,
times.
Matt Rule is obsessed about it. He quotes his own stuff.
He does.
But many other people, and we've been doing it for a long time. I just can't wait to get past year 3. And you know what's going to happen? It's going to be ambiguous. We'll be like, well, was it a bounce? Was it not a bounce? I don't know.
Well, then we can talk about the one Matt Rule year 4, which was at Temple back in 2016.
Oh, God, you're not going to do
Oh, I thought we were going to jump ahead and preview or look at year 5.
I like
That's
that better.
uncharted
Let's do year
territory.
5.
Year 5 is a scary, scary time. By the way, year 4, for anyone who's wondering, they won the conference championship. Temple did. Went to a bowl game, lost to Wake.
Mm.
Sad. Matt Rule went to the NFL. Double sad. COVID.
So you're saying Nebraska is going to lose to Iowa in the conference final?
No, that would be dumb.
That would be hilarious if Nebraska played Iowa in the Big Ten
Back-to-back
championship.
weeks, and then they'd still go to the playoff probably.
Yeah, probably.
Wow, that's awesome. Nebraska to the college football playoff.
Now there's a question for you. Nebraska loses to Iowa in the regular season, loses to Iowa in the rematch the next week in the conference championship.
Double pain.
Still makes the playoff. Jack Mitchell, are you signing the deal?
Oh, that's a great question.
That's incredible.
So they go 11-0, but then lose twice in a row to Iowa?
Yes. So they're 11-2 with 2 straight losses to Iowa, but they're in the playoff.
And they're probably hosting. They're probably playing at Memorial Stadium on a cold, gray Saturday or Friday night.
You know what?
Where then they lose to Texas.
Oh, my gosh.
Are you signing? There you go. That's the doomsday scenario. Back-to-back losses to Iowa,
All right.
but they make the playoff, and they host as an 8 seed against the 9 seed Texas Longhorns and lose.
So they finish 11-3.
So they finish 11-3, but they made the playoff.
That's like the best year since 2001.
Yes.
But it ends in somehow more horrifying fashion.
It ends with 3 straight losses to 2 of your most hated rivals.
Wow. That would be so triggering. I will type up the poll question.
That's a poll question, baby. That's a poll question.
I don't think I've ever wanted anything this badly in my life.
We've also got a super hot take market.
Oh.
Got some interesting NFL quarterback props.
We do.
July 15th?
Yes, because this is the time for props. I responded to John and said, whoa, one of these surprises me.
The same one surprised me.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, it's weird.
I wonder if it'll surprise me.
Well, we'll tell you later.
Stephen M. Sipple will join us. And now we have a new soon-to-be poll question.
I cannot wait.
Would you take Nebraska going 11-0, then losing back-to-back weeks to Iowa, once in Lincoln, once in the conference championship game, hosting a playoff game as the 8 seed, and losing to Texas?
Mm-hmm. So I always forget how to ask the question at the end. Like, would you take this, or would you, endure number one?
Take the deal or no deal.
Okay.
Take the deal or no deal.
Door number 2.
Take the deal or take your chances.
There's normally in these types of questions, I'm one that says always take the deal.
Mm-hmm.
This might be the one scenario where I say no.
Why,
don't
John?
take the deal.
Why not, John?
Because
it's 11 wins.
I can't, because
do it.
Nothing will deflate spirits more than suffering back-to-back losses to Iowa.
I know. Why don't you want this?
And then a back-to-back-to-back loss to Texas at home.
I don't see the problem.
In a playoff game.
Poll question has been posted. So
think of all the content. We could talk for hours about this.
I'm trying to talk myself into the deal, but I don't know if I can. That seems like a bridge too far.
Mike says it's a no-brainer. 11 wins all day. The argument against it, though, is ultimate pain.
Yes.
You have never been sadder than that.
Yes.
Two teams that you despise.
Then you get a rematch, and you're like, oh, we'll definitely get them now.
And you lose again.
They lose again.
But then you're in the playoff. You're in the college football playoff at home. And there's your old pal, Texas. And Arch Manning comes to Lincoln and beats you. Yikes. Tough. Horrible.
It doesn't sound...
But it'd be way better than what they're going to do this year. See, that's the thing. It would be better on paper, but emotionally, what would be more damaging? 8-4 or that? What's more damaging?
I don't know.
Emotionally.
I don't know.
And in your brain.
I don't know.
Wow.
It's a tough one for me.
Can you imagine?
402-951-1620. That's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can also email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. That is the Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. And the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, now host of 2 poll questions.
Ooh, what's the other one?
Well, the other one has to do with something that was said on this Grum by Michael Severe yesterday regarding the possibility that someone may be working on a Frost book.
It's not me.
It's not
Scribes
Peterson.
Ain't doing this.
Is it Dirk?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Well, Michael said he doesn't think it's Dirk.
Well, but could you do it under your pen name of Mark Twit,
Hey,
not Mark Twat
or
Mark Twain.
Twain. It's got to be your Twain.
If his name was Mark Twat, would he have been as famous and as
He would have
revered?
been very famous.
I bet he still would have been
He
famous.
would have been very famous.
He wrote some very famous books.
They didn't listen. That word didn't mean anything when he was
I
writing.
guess that's true. By the way, 18 votes already. Door number 2, 61.1%. But that means that 6 people have voted for door number 1.
I'm one of the 6.
The ultimate pain
So
cave.
door number 1 is the take the deal.
Door number
Okay.
1 is 11-0, and then you lose 3 in a row. By the way, before we go to Farron, who is in the green room, John writes, losing back-to-back games to Iowa and then losing in the CFP is not the doomsday scenario. Losing back-to-back games to Iowa, winning in the first round, and then losing to Iowa in the second round is the doomsday scenario.
Yes!
That would be
bad.
I
Bad.
love it.
Can you imagine having to do that last overreaction after a loss to Iowa knocks you out of the playoff?
I might produce
And
that
you'd-
one. I'd volunteer to produce
You'd
that
come
one.
back for
Yeah.
one night only.
You have a
One
lot
last
of happy
ride.
drunks from Council Bluffs
Oh
calling
my
in
God.
and saying, "Oh, we beat you 3 in a
Hey,
row."
there's a bunch of Iowa fans in Omaha too.
Yeah, like the losses don't hurt me. We've talked about it before.
yeah,
right?
sure,
Dan?
yeah.
There's something though when they lose to Iowa where it's like, oh god,
And
again.
and imagine if all
Trigger.
3 were in similar painful fashion, where it looked like Nebraska had the
Chronicles.
momentum and then just
3
peed away.
close losses to Iowa.
Rugby says 7-5 is better than that. I get that would be huge progress for the program, but I also have emotions and need to worry about my emotional well-being. Is 7-5 better than 11-3?
Now, I don't
That's
know if I
what
would
we're
go
asking.
that far, but by the way, the second poll question is, how interested would you be in a Scott Frost book?
Oh, pre-ordering. That's how interested.
Yeah.
Well, we'll discuss these and other things today here on the Grum. But as Josh said, Mike Farron is in the green room.
Hey, Mike!
And we must get to him now because he has busy things to do at the All-Star game
Easy.
on 1620 The Zone.
JobSource USA, an employer's choice in staffing.
Job Source USA.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
The Zone Hotline is powered by Prairie.
Circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
At this time, we were wondering if our dear departed colleague Mike Stibbs was tweeting way too much about the Mariners. As a result, I didn't even watch the home run derby last night because all I needed to do was follow Stibbs' Twitter account.
Oh, yeah,
and then I would know exactly what was going on. I don't know if you know this, Mike, but Stibbs, who once upon a time wasn't a baseball guy, now is living and dying with the Mariners. I mean, pitch by pitch. It's that bad.
You don't say.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it really is a lot. Like I appreciate the fact that he's very into the Mariners, but holy cow! I mean, I might need to mute him. Wow, it's like football. We do it every day. Stibbs, come on.
There is kind of a disease there, when you're so football pilled and you think every game is the end of the world, that you got to realize there's 162 of these things. It's a long season, as you like to say.
That's right. Yeah, that is. I mean, that's the thing. That's the difference with it, right? Is there was somebody did like a TikTok video a few years ago of like the difference between baseball and football fans. And football fans, it's like, there's 17 NFL games, right? And it's like, oh, shucks, couldn't get them today. Like, well, we'll get them next week. And baseball is one of 162. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. The bullpen is an absolute train wreck. Like, what are you even doing? Right? Like, so... yeah, I don't understand it, man. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So just like patience is key. So I realize that Mariners fans' patience are running out, even for ones who've actually been fans for longer than 20 seconds like Stibbs has.
Mike, I can't believe it, but I watched the home run derby last night. Like, what does that say about me? Is something wrong? Am I okay?
Really
Do I need
McAfee.
to go to the doctor?
I think that's what it is. It's your big Pat McAfee guy.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to tune in.
No, he just wanted to see if Jazz Chisholm thought that this was the lazy fly ball derby, not the home run derby.
Oh, boy, that was tough. So the lesson in that is, unless your dad was head coach at a college, probably don't have your stepdad throw BP. Like that's actually like that. The history of that, of guys who've had a relative throw to them who have not been like in professional baseball or high level college, it's not good. So I would say like Todd Raleigh, the Cal Raleigh's dad was the head coach of Tennessee at one point. And so he's thrown a lot of beeps in his life for a lot of different people. But yeah, man, I thought Jazz was going to have a little rise to the occasion to him and surprise some people, but that did not happen last night.
No, it did not. Well, we're at the All-Star break, and a good time to just check in on the standings. Of course, it's way too soon to tell, as Mike likes to tell us on many occasions. But the Cubs and the Brewers appear to be locked in a death grip now. But Cardinals and Reds are both certainly in the playoff conversation. What do you like happening in the Central Division? I mean, the Brewers have been making up a lot of ground lately. They've been they've been the hottest team in baseball the last month and a half. Do they have enough to pass Chicago and win the division and make my life miserable?
Yeah, I mean, I think they certainly do. I mean, they've been doing it for the better part of the last half decade. So, I mean, I think that's certainly within them. I'd like to see them add a little bit more offense here coming up, but Jacob Mizorowski and the return of Brandon Woodruff have really stabilized the rotation. They always do a very good job with their bullpen. The bullpen has been outstanding again this year. They have a lot of options for Pat Murphy to work with, and they have a pretty dynamic offense, although it's not one that necessarily is high-powered. They could use a little bit more thump to it and a little bit more depth. And one thing that seems to have train-wrecked the Brewers in the postseason in the last several years is losing a key guy right at the last moment because their depth just isn't quite good enough to overcome that. So their high-end talent is as good as most teams that are in the postseason, but they just need to they need to address that, I think, more than anything at the deadline. But yeah, I mean, listen, the Cubs have some injuries with the rotation, right? Justin Steele out for the year, Jameson Taillon now gone. The bullpen has been very good, but they really need some bat missers. And I think the Reds are interesting, although they haven't been able to. The Reds are like a slightly better version of the Diamondbacks in that they have the talent to compete there, but they haven't been able to get in gear yet. And I think they're 3 games ahead of Arizona in the wild card race. Like, those are two teams that you feel like if they got on a run in the second half could make some noise, but we need to see it from Cincinnati first because they really haven't had that, not just this year, but over the last couple of years.
Mike, know what we know about the matchups that the Cubs and the Brewers have, and then in the NL East, what the Phillies and the Mets have? Like, which of those races do you like more to go perhaps all the way into the last week of the regular season?
I think Phillies Mets probably. I mean, I think they're two of the better teams in the National League to begin with. I think that there isn't a whole lot separating them. The Mets are starting to get healthier on the mound. The Phillies pitching has been great. And both of them have star power. I think, to me, that's the best race in the National League, for at least for a division, is for the Phillies and the Mets there.
Staying in that division, I just saw midseason odds came out. The Braves were minus 325 to make the playoffs before the season started. They're now at plus 1,200. Their win total, which was 93.5, is now 78.5. I mean, we keep wondering when's the Braves going to wake up, but it doesn't appear that this is going to be it. What do you think could be some of the fallout as Atlanta continues to disappoint as they find themselves actually behind the Marlins now?
Yeah, I don't know that there's going to be any significant fallout. I mean, I think there is this growing sense that it's going to be Brian Snitker's last year as their manager, but I think that was likely coming regardless of what the results were. I mean, he's getting older. I mean, he's been in their organization since 1977. And so it's probably about time for him to spend some time with his grandkids. And he's a great baseball guy, terrific guy. I love Brian Snitker, and the game is going to be worse to not have him in it, but it certainly feels like that's a probability. And then otherwise, I think they're looking at trading some guys that are going to be the free agents after the season. I mean, you're probably looking at like Raisel Iglesias, Marcelo Zuna are the biggest names that they would move. And they'll go back and reset because their core is signed for a long period of time. They'll need to address pitching depth this offseason. I mean, that's really what burned them early on. Spencer Strider, coming off a second major elbow surgery, hasn't been quite the same, which I think it can be expected, right? Like, he's coming off a pretty major elbow surgery. And so I think maybe they thought him getting back to normal would happen faster. Ozzie Albies has really had a terrible season. Michael Harris II has had a terrible season, but Albies is like a $7 million option for next year with a $4 million buyout. It would seem to me that picking that up would make a lot of sense just because it's not that expensive, even if it ends up as a reserve. And Harris is signed long-term, and they're going to need to figure it out with him. So I just think that there's a lot of internal things that have gone on where things just have not gone well. And I think they're going to be okay down the road. But this season really does feel like it's a bit lost.
Mike, looking at the AL, not so much the standings for the moment, but a business-related question for you, because the Rays are going to sell for $1.7 billion. I wonder what you think other owners think of that number, and if they kick the tires on deciding to do something similar. Like, we've seen that in other sports, right, where a franchise goes for maybe more than what people would expect, and then others maybe I should look into doing this. Do you think that this has tentacles that could reach to the rest of the league?
I mean, you always wonder about those kind of things. I mean, I think it just depends on MLB has kind of forced this sale to some degree, right? Because they want to make sure that baseball stays in Tampa, and they're not happy with the way that the Rays have gone about, trying to get a new stadium built in that region. And they have a real estate developer from Jacksonville that's going to try and build a stadium in Tampa. That's what it sounds like, at least. So we're going to talk to the commissioner later today. I'm sure he'll have, maybe, I don't know that he'll have a ton of insight on it because I don't know how much he can comment on it, but he'll probably address it to some degree in our conversation. But I don't think that it in and of itself is going to push somebody to sell. I also don't think that number is all that outlandish for a team that's like the 17th largest market. That's not out of control. Now, what the commissioner and owners would tell you is that, well, because they don't have a salary cap in this league, that their franchise values are far less than they should be from other sports. And I think that sounds a little bit like wishful thinking. One, like, why do I care what a owner's franchise value is? That doesn't matter to me. Like, we should be judging them on wins and losses and not on how much their franchise is valued at. Two, I don't know that this in and of itself makes a change for anybody. I mean, there are teams that have sold recently, like the Twins are for sale, right? They're probably going to get a number that I would guess is a little bit north of that. Maybe it sets a baseline for them just because it's a slightly larger market. But, this is the right range where we're seeing teams go for about $2 billion, in those smaller markets. And I think you're going to see that continue, whatever the Justin Ishbia ends up taking control of the White Sox in like 5 years, whatever that number is, it's going to be, my guess is closer to 3. It may not be like what was the Lakers number? Was that 7 billion? Was that it?
Yes.
Yes. It was 10. Wasn't it 10?
Maybe. I don't know. There's a difference in terms of the national recognition of that brand compared to some of these other teams, and I think we had the Celtics sold for what, $4 billion, right? Like it's just six. Okay, so this is where MLB is trying to argue that their franchise values are lower because of this. But you're also talking about the Celtics and the Lakers, right? So
yes, right.
I think there's if you put up the Yankees for sale right now, I think their number would be pretty high, or the Dodgers. They would probably look commiserate with that.
By the way, John, you were right. It was 10 for the Lakers.
Was it 10? See, I almost wonder, could the Dodgers fetch more than 10? I think they could.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's first of all, the same guy that owns the Dodgers is buying the Lakers, right?
That's right. By the way, Creighton influence.
Lives in Chicago. Mark Walter, right? So is the chair. Maybe the Dodgers could, or the Yankees. I mean, again, those are huge national brands. I mean, the Cubs could fetch, probably in the range, I would think, of where the Celtics are too. But I don't know the 10, to me, that number is reserved for the Lakers, the Cowboys, all the teams that people make fun of fans for being front runners for being a Cowboys, Lakers,
front runners,
Yankees fan. That's it. Well, it used to be the case of the Cowboys. Now they're just,
I was going to say, now I'm not a bandwagon fan. Don't lump me in.
I told you, right? That I was in. Where's their practice facility? It's not Round Rock. It's what's
Frisco?
Frisco, right? And that there are streets all there that have football themes, and that Cowboys Way and Winning Drive do not intersect. Dead serious.
It's not depressing, Mike. It's not depressing at all.
Listen, I'm a Bears fan. I don't want to hear it from you.
That's true. We're very similar in that regard.
That is true. That is true.
Too many things in common.
Speaking of depressing, if you're a Giants fan, a month ago, you're like, wow, we're getting Devers. This is going to be great. We're going to catch the Dodgers. The Giants have the 21st best record in baseball since the trade. Boston, thanks to their long winning streak that they just ended the first half on, has the second best record in the major leagues. Now, I'm not saying the trade was what sparked this, but it seems like this has gone in completely opposite directions from where we thought this was going to be a month ago.
Yeah, it's too early to tell, John. Listen, Craig Breslow saying that he thought the Red Sox could finish with a better record without Devers. It led to a lot of chuckles, and they did not play well. Remember, right after the Devers,
right after it, yeah,
they have played better, right? They've got a 10-game winning streak. the Giants have been like their offense just still has not been great. And I think, Devers has been dealing with a bulging disc now in his back, which is causing a problem. And that's probably part of why his offense hasn't been amazing to this point. And I think that they just haven't had a whole lot of offensive support around them. Their bullpen's been great. Their starters have been very good. They've got 2 starters here in the All-Star game, and Robbie Ray and Logan Webb. So I don't know that it's necessarily going to continue that way. I think they're a dangerous team in the second half. Because I think like guys like Willie Adames are going to perform better, right? Like I think Jung-Ho Lee is probably better than what he's shown so far, but they clearly need to address offense overall. I think there's a lot of teams that need to address offense. I mean, if there's anything to be learned from the Dodgers over the last decade, it's that you need a depth of offense in that to carry it in the playoffs, and you need just like overall depth on the pitching staff, a bunch of guys that can miss bats because you never know who's going to pitch poorly or who's going to pitch well.
Mike, what's been your favorite story of the first half of the baseball season?
Favorite story. Tigers have been a great one. I think the Cal Raleigh story is really cool. Especially winning the home run derby last night. 38 home runs at the All-Star break for a catcher is insane. I mean, he's having just an absolutely ludicrous year. So I think that's a really cool one. I think the Tigers with like there's some redemption arcs of the Tigers, right? Like Casey Mize and Spencer Torkelson were both number 1 overall picks who had not performed consistently well. Mize is an all-star. Torkelson really carried them early in the season. You got the Javier Baez bounce back. You've got, like Zach McKinstry, who's a local guy, right? Went to Central Michigan, who is an all-star this year, is like a super utility player. He's the first Chip to be an all-star since Tom Tresh in the 60s with the Yankees. Like they're the only 2 guys from Fire Up Chips, right? Like that have ever made it to the All-Star game out of that. And they've got the best pitcher really probably in baseball at this point, Tarek Skubal. So I think that's a really great story too, is the Tigers.
So who's going to be the first? I mean, is there a team that you would, if you could throw a blanket over, 3-4 teams, who's going to make the first big deal before the trade deadline?
Like the big deal, I don't know who the big deal is going to be. Like I would say, I think the Cubs are clearly going to add guys who can miss bats, either starters or relievers. I think there's going to be I think there are going to be a lot of teams that are adding names of players that you probably don't recognize, but when you look at their strikeout rate, they're going to be like, okay. I think San Diego is always the team that is looking to be the most aggressive. They actually have some starting pitching needs long term too. Michael King's a free agent after this year. Dylan Cease is a free agent after this year. I wouldn't be surprised if they're a team that ends up trying to pry Sandy Alcantara away from Miami. So like that might be a big name, even though Alcantara hasn't pitched great. I think maybe a change of scenery, it sounds like, would help just based on some of the stuff that's gone on behind the scenes there. So just different voices with him would maybe help get him back to where he was or closer to where he was. So I don't know that there's going to be like this superstar that gets moved. I think there's a couple of teams that are interesting that could buy and sell at the same time. I think Cleveland's one of those. I think Arizona is one of those, where they have either pending free agents or guys in Cleveland's case, within a couple of years of free agency that they could move, where they're still trying to stay competitive with their roster, and still move out guys that are that they've been talking about in trade for the last couple of years, because that's kind of the way that they operate. For Arizona, it's like, they have, maybe the 2 best cornerbacks available on the market, and Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez, if they decide to move them. And they kind of have built-in replacements right now. Both of those guys are hurt, and Pavin Smith and Jordan Lawler, but offense hasn't been their issue, and they have some long-term pitching issues because they have 9 free agents after the year. So I think those are teams to watch, those kind of teams in the middle that could make some significant moves.
Well, is there any chance, I know you're busy, you're going to be heading to the ballpark here soon for the All-Star game, but is there any chance you might be able to swing down to the College Football Hall of Fame and pick up Josh some SEC Media Day tchotchkes?
Oh, Mike, that'd be awesome.
Let me see if I can send a text to some people who are actually at SEC Media Day, so I don't have to go down there.
Had you any idea? But did you know that SEC Media Days was happening in the same city as you are in?
Yes, I did, because Chris Childers, my colleague on the college channel, has been blowing me up about all the stuff that he wants to try to go to All-Star wise while he's here. So, and one of our producers, his wife is actually the program director on the college channel. So, yeah,
awesome.
and is a really good friend of mine. So, so yes, I did know that SEC Media Days was going on here. I am not a rube, John.
Well, I know you're not a rube, but I mean, it surprised me yesterday when I looked up and I realized, they're in Atlanta too. I had no idea they were both in the same city.
Yeah, same city.
Wow,
same
so
time.
John's the rube here, Mike.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's a meaningless talking exhibition. I don't usually pay attention to where those are taking place.
Yeah, but like they may stay at 12 teams now for the playoff, right? Isn't that what Greg Sankey said? He's not going to get his way.
That is the word on the street.
They probably will.
No.
By the way, Lake Bluff Little League All-Star, what position?
I actually played second base that year, believe it or not, and hit leadoff.
Nice. You hit leadoff? I do not see. Gingers don't hit leadoff. Maybe,
Very, very modern game. I was a high on base guy. I was like 21 of 22 in stolen base attempts because nobody in the league could throw. It had nothing to do with speed. I could field. We had somebody better at first base, or somebody better offensively at first base, and I had no arm. Like from the time I was like 11 on, I could not throw. Like they tried to play me at third, and I would have to walk it over to first. I hurt my arm when I was a kid, like throwing too many tennis ball pitches, and not that I ever had great arm strength, but man, it was like throwing was like there was nothing on it. I can play catch. Like I don't look like a moron playing catch, but I just have there's no zip on any throw, and there never has been. I'm also a terrible hitter. I have no lower half. Like it's all rotational upper body. It's awful. So
the good old
one
days.
year, man, I hit 350, and it was great.
Wow. Look at you. And then he became a baseball analyst.
No, just a host. So I'm surprised
By the way,
you guys
thank
haven't
you.
been paying attention to the screensaver that I have behind me on my TV. Let's see if
I mean, I noticed that. I was wondering what was
No,
going
I
on
didn't
there.
see it. I couldn't tell. What is it?
Let's see. Let's see if you guys can recognize it when it pops back up. If it pops back up, the slideshow on Roku is pretty slow. We'll see.
You have a
there
Roku?
it is.
Oh, dear God. Where did that how did that show up in the hotel?
Weird, man. Like apparently you're real popular in Atlanta, the Galleria. They love you down here.
By the way, speaking of John
That
Farron,
is terrible.
how about this quote that we all just kind of blew right through? Gingers don't hit leadoff.
That ginger doesn't hit cleanup either.
I think I hit 6, 7, I think is where I hit most of the time. I can't
I think
remember.
I hit third one year, but that obviously says a lot about the baseball team I was on, not myself.
All right, well, have fun at the All-Star game, and safe travels.
Thank you. We will talk to you next week from the warm climes of Phoenix, and then I'll be on the road for a little bit. So we'll talk from various.
Oh, you're going on the road?
Right. Yeah, I'm
Various
actually filling in for the Diamondbacks for a long road trip at the end of the month. So
where are you going?
Pittsburgh, Detroit, and West Sacramento.
Yay, West Sacramento.
Yeah, it does make it sound like I'm a third-tier metal band, right? That those are the
Yeah.
going to.
Hey, at least the Tigers are good. You got that going
What's
for
the
you.
Simpsons like? We're cyanide, a loving tribute to Poison. We need a ride home. Yeah, that's me.
Mike Farron, SiriusXM MLB Radio. He's on the coverage of the All-Star game coming up tonight on Fox and on SiriusXM. We'll be back and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Michael Brunt still to come on 1620 The Zone.
We're going to update the poll questions here in just a moment.
Yes, we have some incredible responses.
Yes.
Incredible responses.
Go vote. Go vote right now. Why is
Sean,
this thing
where'd you
acting
go?
weird?
You turned off your video.
No, I didn't turn off anything. That's weird.
Is it the webcam? Is it on the
There it
fritz?
is.
Even
Well, it
fritz?
has been. Right?
Yeah,
Weren't you being critical of it earlier?
Apparently, this plug-in over here ain't working too good.
Mm-hmm. Hey, when that happens.
Well, I'm back.
Folks.
But yes, we've got 2 poll questions up. If a Scott Frost tell-all book came out, are you interested?
Nice. Well, our ban, by the way, of him has not worked out very well.
No.
No.
Not at all.
It was like when I said Tristan Gebbia won't
Well,
go to
we're
Oregon
going to blame
State.
this one on Michael. He's the one who brought up
Damn
this
it, Michael, again?
And the second question is,
damn it,
if Nebraska were to go 11-0, and we were talking this out during the break.
Yes.
If Nebraska were 11-0 going into the Iowa game,
because I said they'll probably be a top 5 team, and you said
the odds are, I would say, north of 50% they would be number 1. Because how many first of all, we only had 1 undefeated team all last year.
Yep.
And that was determined. When did the second to last undefeated team lose?
Ooh, I'll go. That's a good question. I'll go to week 10. Penn State was still undefeated. There were multiple undefeated
Penn
teams.
State lost to Ohio State.
No, I know. I'm just trying to find the week.
Right.
Going into week 11, there were still 2. No, more than that, because Indiana hadn't lost yet, and neither had Miami. And okay, so it was after week 12, because then it was just Oregon. But if you go to the second to last week of the season, which would be 11 games in, yeah, it was just Oregon as the undefeated team.
So if Nebraska were to go 11-0, I think the chances are better than 50-50. They're the number 1 team in the country. So they enter that game against Iowa at home, undefeated season, number 1 ranking, and Iowa wins again.
And then,
but because Iowa was also having a really good season, they get rematched in Indianapolis in the conference championship game, and Iowa wins again.
Oh!
But Nebraska's 11-2, and they're in the playoff now. Unfortunately, Iowa's going to get the bye. Right, they're going to be the team that gets the one of those top 4 seeds. But Nebraska still is good enough to host a playoff game. And when you know who won the pony, guess who's coming to town? Bevo.
Texas, Arch Manning, the Manning family. Peyton is in town. Eli is in town. Your stupid goat with his hot sauce.
And Nebraska loses again.
Oh, my God.
So they start 11-0. They still make the playoff. They host a playoff game, but they finish 0-3. Would you take the deal or say, hell no, I'll take my chances with anything else that could happen? Are you taking that? The best way I could describe it is it's like
big, beautiful deal.
It's a big, beautiful deal.
Yeah.
It's like you ordered this delicious cheeseburger, and then you take a bite and you realize it's not real meat.
I mean,
Impossible Meat's pretty good.
yeah, I wouldn't compare it to that, John. I would say it
like
not
you-
compared to real meat.
the first handful of bites are awesome, and then at the very end, you eat it, and you're like, oh, stomach's starting to feel bad, and then you're like, I'll keep it, and then you keep finishing it, and then you're just puking and pooping.
So it's coming out both ends.
Yeah, but it happens so quickly.
It's a bad
Anyway,
burger.
we will discuss further. We've gotten a lot of comments.
We have
We'll
a
update
ton.
the poll. Also, the other poll question, if the Scott Frost tell-all book was written, as Michael Severe has intimated, could be in the works by an undisclosed writer, are you interested?
Yeah, Travis, y'all are sick bastards.
I don't even remember how we came up with this deal. We were just talking.
Yeah, Nick.
It was me.
Yeah, being a freak.
We were just talking.
I'm the problem.
We were
John,
just doing
I don't
things.
want a new Frost book unless it is another comic book, and we get Mike to read it again. We could probably make that happen.
Hey, if we got a new Frost book, we would be able to read just pages of it a whole year round with Mike Farron.
This sounds incredible.
That could be. We could do a chapter a day.
We could finally do the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Book Club.
We could.
My dream of reading with my co-hosts is finally going to come to pass.
Honestly, Josh, I would.
You would read?
I would.
Wow, I'm surrounded by 2 illiterate people who say I would read for you.
You mean I read books?
Oh, okay. So does John.
I just haven't
not
read one
Happer.
in a while. You know what I can read? I can read non-conference schedules.
Nice.
Creighton's non-conference schedule is out.
Basketball.
They're playing 2 exhibitions this year.
See, and I told you the other day they're playing games in October, and you said, no, they're not. They're playing 2 games in October.
No, I said they were playing. Okay, I said they weren't playing regular season games in October.
Oh, okay. I was
They're
like, but they
playing
are
exhibition games, but they've got Iowa State, who they will see again, and
That is
Colorado
so
State.
weird.
The thing about that Iowa State game is we were trying to figure this out during the break.
Yeah.
Because that's happening directly opposite Nebraska, Minnesota, up in Minneapolis.
Which you are guessing that was not in the cards when they originally scheduled it.
Probably not. I need to ask some people. I'm curious.
Could it get moved? Because Iowa State does not have a football game that weekend. So you could, in theory, avoid.
Sure.
Just, yeah.
Now, there could be something happening in the arena. Maybe there's like a concert or something on Saturday. I guess I have to look.
Dude, you get to go to the Gonzaga game. I forget when they played them a handful of years ago. Was that in Spokane or was that somewhere? It was. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was in Seattle.
They played 1 year
Seattle.
in Spokane and 1 year in Omaha.
All right, cool. That'll be fun.
And they are playing Gonzaga on a Tuesday night.
Wow, that'll be late.
That'll be very late.
10 o'clock, John.
That'll
Poor
be
Joey.
very late.
Poor Joey.
We already knew about the Players Era tournament, Baylor on the 24th.
No, I'm getting worried
November.
for you, man. There's the TBD for the third game. You could be there on Thanksgiving yet again. I don't like that
but
for
at
you.
least I won't be there until Sunday.
Okay, yes, that's true, John. Good point.
What'd you do for Thanksgiving again last year? You found a buffet?
No, we didn't find a buffet. I would have preferred the buffet because it would have been a lot less expensive than the one. I mean, the meal we had was very nice, but
sad turkey.
It wasn't worth the money.
Sad turkey.
And then they'll finish up. Remember, they got Kansas State.
I had forgotten about that until the schedule came out this morning.
In fact, Craig's playing 3 Big 12 teams this year. They got Baylor, Iowa State, and Kansas State.
Oh, wow. Yeah, interesting.
And 4 if you want to count Nebraska as a Big 12 alum.
Nice.
Big 12 adjacent.
Season begins on a Wednesday night against South Dakota.
On a Wednesday.
Wow, no weekend game. I guess that's normal, right? Because of football season, but no true weekend games until Sunday, December 7th, which triggers me to no end.
Yeah.
But did I tell you we bought our TVs for our basement this weekend? So we'll have the
You didn't have TVs before?
We had the 1 TV, but now we are going to have the 3 TVs.
More Samsung
You're gonna
TVs?
have 3 TVs.
Yeah, we're mounting 2 of them.
Wow, the Mount
Mounting
Boy.
them, huh?
Yeah, call me Mr. Mount.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Just don't put any
What's
gash-
that, John? What
I
are you
didn't say
doing,
anything.
John?
I
What are you
didn't say
doing,
anything.
John?
I
What are you
didn't say
doing, John?
anything.
Just try not to put any gashes in your wall.
There will be no gash. Well, you got to gash to put stuff in.
Anywho.
Yeah, schedule.
Yeah. So Creighton non-conference schedule out. Haven't seen. Well, no, we did see Nebraska's.
Yeah, remember they tweeted the graphic with the really tiny font?
Yeah, that was.
And it was a bad non-conference
That was very early. Speaking of bad and non-conference.
This email from John, College Basketball Talk on July 15th. This is disgusting. Is that what you were going for?
Nope.
Oh.
Speaking of bad and non-conference.
Yeah.
That'll be coming up in Super Hot Take Market.
Oh, yeah, we do have hot takes today.
Super Hot Take Market coming up. But coming up next, it's Michael Bruns.
Oh, Brunsy.
Of Husker 24/7 on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Michael Brunts of Husker 24/7 joins us here in the stream today. It's good to see your face again, Michael.
My apologies. Yes, it's good to be back with you. Sorry to have to look at my face.
No, I have to look at that face next to me in the other window all the time. So it's okay. It's perfectly good. We're a week out from Big Ten Media Days. Are you feeling the excitement?
Yeah, I like that the Big Ten goes last. Well, I guess I don't know when ACC have we had ACC Media Days? I don't even know. But
they're next week. We learned that yesterday.
Oh, okay, well, that's good. I like that the Big Ten goes last, though. It's like a really nice segue into like actual practice, I guess. So, yeah, I don't know. Are we learning anything yet? Like, it's a lot of playoff talk at this point. I don't know. It's there at least feels like there should be intrigue about this time next week about Nebraska, at least, right? Like that's,
I was going to ask you, like, yeah, what if anything are we learning? Like, what's a question that is kind of on your mind? Because like we still have a month and a half to go until the opener, so like there will be actual things that we can learn in that month and a half. But what can we learn a week from today?
Well, I think you can learn a little bit about. Well, I want to know how the heck the offensive line is going to shake out. There's a lot of moving pieces there, guys that could play multiple positions, guys that missed the spring. I mean, there's at least a couple guys that I think are probably going to be big factors that weren't even on the field in the spring. So a little clarity there would be good. I mean, I think a big one is just where Dylan Raiola is. I mean, we don't, as much as he's talked about, we don't actually hear from him a ton. And per conference rules, he has to sit there and answer questions for at least a half hour. So, I mean, this is the longest kind of session that we're going to get with him in quite some time. And I mean, I think there's going to be a fair amount of intrigue around him, and there should be. There's obviously quarterbacks in the Big Ten that are going to be big stories. I mean, Aller at Penn State. But I mean, it's been a while since I think Nebraska's had that kind of a player at Big Ten Media Days representing them, and that's a nice change for once. I mean, it's that's a good thing. A little buzz ain't bad.
No, it certainly isn't. And you talked about the offensive line. How big a mystery is it how this is going to look? I mean, do you have any good feel for what it might look like in the starting lineup on August 28th?
Well, I mean, pieces of it. I mean, I think Justin Evans is going to be your center. I think Rocco Spindler is going to be your right guard, and Pritchett's going to be your left tackle. Beyond that, I mean, there's some question. I mean, at right tackle, you have Tyler Knock. You've got Henry Lutovsky that could play right tackle, and I think he's going to get a long look there. Left guard's a bit of a mystery in place of Evans, because you have a lot of young guys that could fill in there. Turner Corcoran is back again, and is this finally the year that he plays guard? I mean, that's a question there as well. So I don't know. The offensive line's in a unique place because you still have this large group of veterans that feel like they've been around Nebraska since Frank Solich was head coach. And now you've got this young group of pretty good linemen, I think, that, have been brought in over the last few years. You've kind of had this little offensive line incubator because Donovan Raiola has been the coach the entire time. There hasn't been turnover there. And I think continuity helps, but who among that group of young guys is ready to step up. And I think you might need one of those guys at left guard, or at least there's the potential for that there. Because, getting Spindler and getting Pritchett out of the transfer portal kind of buys more time, I guess, for those guys, which is fine. But at the same time, you would kind of like to start to see some of those guys who are in their second and third years in the program really get into that mix and really push for playing time.
Bruns, yesterday you guys did one of those off-season roundtables, and you talked about Vincent Shavers, and you said that he has the highest ceiling heading into 2025 on the defensive side of the ball. Like, how much of that is on him, in your opinion, and what you've seen? How much of that is on the players around him, and I guess maybe the scheme that we could see with John Butler this year?
Yeah, I think when you go back and kind of think about that bowl game and how Nebraska approached it, I thought they did a really nice job of kind of playing to the strengths of some of the linebackers. And I think Shavers was at the top of that list. I think you're going to see a little bit more of an attacking approach from John Butler and how he uses those linebackers. I think that Vincent Shavers has the skill set also to be kind of a ready-made pass rush when they need it. I mean, I think when you're talking about third downs and how do you improve in that phase of the game, I mean, creating pressure is a big part of that. And I think that Shavers is a really instinctive linebacker. I think you saw as the year went along last year that he really kind of took off and improved. And I think sometimes when you play true freshmen, there can be a little bit of a wall that they hit at times. And I don't think that Shavers ever hit that. And, I think he's going to be a real key piece of that defense. I think he's going to be part of a rotation there, so it's not going to be completely on him. But to me, he just feels like a really, really high ceiling guy going into this season. Certainly, to your question, I mean, the front is going to have to be good in front of him, and I'm curious to see how not having Ty Robinson and Nash Hutmaker along that line affects what the linebackers can do. But I just think that the skill sets of the linebackers that they have with him, Watson, Trent, and Wright, it just feels like Nebraska can be a little bit more aggressive with the way they do things with that linebacker core.
Michael Bruns of Husker 24/7. Given all the change that's happened over there, and there's a lot of new bodies on that side of the ball, also the fact that the offense, we kind of have an idea of what they're going to be like because they've already been able to work in their new offensive coordinator, unlike the defense. Does the defense hold the key to this team reaching 8, 9, dare I say, more wins?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think they need to be on par with what they've been the last couple of years. I mean, I think if they do that, I mean, I think that you can make a leap. Like, I don't think they need to be markedly better in terms of like total defense and things like that. I mean, if they're a more disruptive group, I think that can pair well with what Nebraska can do on offense. And it's, as we've kind of gone through the offseason lists and kind of done that stuff, it's kind of picking out one guy on that defensive side of the ball that's just going to be the alpha for you. Like, I don't think that exists. I mean, it's going to have to be a unit that the strength is in the group and how they play as 11 guys. So I think there is a challenge there to kind of stay to the standard that you've had the last couple of years and the improvement that you've made. But I think they need to get better in certain areas too. I mean, third down defense needs to be significantly better.
Yes.
I think as much as we bemoan the turnover issue and Nebraska turning the ball over on offense, they could be helped by the defense forcing a few more turnovers and being a little bit more aggressive and opportunistic. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of focus on the offense. I think your question's right, John, that, if you can kind of stay to the level you've been at and improve in some key facets, I mean, I think that can be a nice recipe for Nebraska for a few more wins.
Bruns, I was thinking about it this morning, kind of like in preparation, I guess, for next week, what holes Nebraska's filled or how good of a job they have done at filling holes. I wonder now, as you look at the roster, because barring anything really unforeseen, This is the group that they're going in with. They've obviously had holes to fill on the coaching staff too. Like top to bottom, had they done a good job in your opinion at filling the needs that they had as they get ready to start practicing for the season?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that, one area of question I think is the defensive front. Like they added Nwaneri. I do wonder what the depth will look like once you get to the middle of the season. In terms of just filling holes, I mean, you probably have to talk about special teams the most, and that being the biggest mystery, because you have a freshman Australian punter playing his first American football. You have a long snapper who that they believe in, but needs to be very good. They added another portal kicker to add to that competition with two guys that were already, holdovers. So, I mean, that unit more than any is very wait and see. And they paid a lot of attention to that part of the game as they needed to, but we won't know until August where that's at. And I think that's probably the biggest question mark in my mind about how good Nebraska did filling needs and roles, is if that group takes off and the Mike Eckler hire is, the best hire that they made in the offseason. I mean, you got to kind of give that roster turnover a really high grade, but that's still TBD. But I think for the most part, I think they have more impactful transfers than maybe what they've had in the first 2 years of Matt Rule's tenure. And I think you're going to see a little bit more of kind of the flashy type stuff. I mean, the wide receivers that they added, I think, are better than what they brought in the previous season. And I think that's going to be a big key for that offense too.
Brunsey, on the baseball side of things, we obviously found out yesterday that Mason McConaughey and Luke Broderick were both drafted, but Nebraska lost some players that they were hoping to bring in this offseason in the draft as well. Cash Kuiper, who is a JUCO left-hander, got drafted in the 12th round by Detroit. Carter Gwost. Is it Gwost or Gwost? I'm not sure.
I think it's Grost, actually.
Grost, okay. Well, totally wrong on that.
Yeah.
He got taken in the 17th round. And then one of their D2 transfers, J.D. Hennon, signed a deal with Baltimore. Now, we're not sure. I think Kuiper is going to end up staying in the pros. Not sure about the other two, but how big of a blow is this to Nebraska that three guys that they were hoping to count on might not even show up because they'll end up playing pro ball?
Yeah, Hennon's probably the most interesting one. He was a guy that I think they really thought they'd kind of gotten, a potential weekend guy for next year. He certainly the D2 to D1 move is a big one, but he had a really great year last year in the Northwoods League and pitched really well. And I don't know that anybody was really surprised because, when I talked to Hennon after he committed, it was very apparent that he was very strongly considering a professional option if it was going to be presented to him. Kuiper was another guy that Nebraska kind of, wondered if he was going to go or not. But it had mainly been quiet for Nebraska baseball out of the portal the last couple of weeks. They were waiting to see how everything was going to shake out with the draft. McConaughey, I know going back to basically, when he was injured in March, they were expecting that he would be a likely sign, even if he wasn't drafted. And so I don't know that there were huge surprises. I wouldn't be surprised if now that the dust has settled a little bit, if they kind of look at a few portal pitchers just to add back a little bit more depth there. But, actually, I think for total numbers, Nebraska is going to end up being over that 34 number quite a bit going into the fall with guys that get designated and grandfathered in. So, it was it's good to have your guys get drafted.
Yeah.
But, I think at least in Hennon's situation, was a guy that they had hoped that maybe he had gotten through and was going to be in a Nebraska uniform next season.
Brunch, when we had the COVID eligibility, like in the months after that, or maybe even during the season, we kind of realized like, oh my gosh, this is going to have like an insane tail and we're still living in it. This is finally, for those who don't know, this is the last year of COVID eligibility. So in theory, you have those true freshmen that are still in college now. Do you think, I use that as a way to ask you about baseball scholarships, do you think that we're going to get to like next spring And there's going to be all these articles and quotes and like confusion and frustration from those inside the sport of like, what the hell did we get ourselves into with the revenue sharing and all the changes that we've seen?
Yeah, it's going to be that sport. I think more than a lot is going to feel the changes and whatever comes down the road. I mean, there's going to be a lot of freshmen around the country that are grandfathered and designated that are going to carry that throughout their entire college career. So, that's also a sport too with the JUCO stuff and the Pavia ruling. Like, it just never ends. And the thing that's also going to be interesting with the House settlement is if it gets to a point where additional scholarships don't count against the number, you're going to, I think, see a lot more programs, and I think Nebraska's in that boat too, would add more scholarships to what they're offering if it doesn't count against that overall number, the pool number that they have. So, yeah, I mean, you basically, with the grandfathering, have signed yourself up for another 4 years of this, if maybe more. But it's tough putting a roster together right now. I mean, to get to that 34 number is hard enough, and then just all the other considerations you have, and even the grandfathered guys, how they get rev share and how it counts is different. It's you really need somebody on your staff to just kind of be concerned about that stuff because it's just a mess.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7. Bruntsy, always appreciate it. Thanks. Enjoy the All-Star game tonight, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good.
Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7. Got more to come, including we'll get to Scribes Peterson that we did not get to yesterday, and a whole lot more, so stick around. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Once again, some of the greatest poll questions come
out of nowhere.
Just riffing. And that's what we've done today. We have apparently struck a nerve with some folks.
We are pissing everybody off. They're so mad.
I don't know what they're so mad about.
Again,
it's 11 wins.
Remember,
it is 11 wins.
This is just a scenario, right?
It's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical
thought experiment.
The odds of it happening are minute.
Well, as Dave Fight writes on Twitter, Nebraska has won 11-win season this century. Take the deal. We should explain the deal for those who are maybe just getting in their car.
The deal is this. Nebraska starts 11-0, which means they're probably the number one team in the country heading into Black Friday against Iowa. And then guess what happens?
They lose.
Iowa happens.
Oh, man. Bad.
But the good news is, because the rest of the Big Ten has been cannibalizing itself.
Yeah.
It's Huskers and Hawkeyes the very next week.
Revenge, baby.
8 days later in Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis.
And then what happens? What happens, John? Tell me. Give it to me. I want to hear it.
Iowa wins again.
Nice. Tough.
But Nebraska's 11-2. They're 11-2. And they're going to be in the playoffs. And they're good enough to host a first-round playoff game.
Wow. The biggest game to ever come to Memorial Stadium. A playoff game. Do or die.
And you get to face another old, bitter rival.
Creighton?
The Texas Longhorns.
Oh, my gosh.
Where?
Oh, my
Texas
gosh.
wins.
Oh, no. By the way, is there a Creighton game that Friday or Saturday night of the first round
I
of the playoff?
don't know. I don't even know what dates there are. But
oh, boy.
That's neither here nor there. What is important is this. Would you take the deal or would you say, hell no? 11 wins is great, but there's no way I want to end 0-3 and losses twice to Iowa in the span of 8 days and to Texas.
Some responses.
Give them to me, Josh.
Shouldn't we tell the folks what the
results are so far?
Yeah.
Closing in on 500 votes. Door number 1, 11-0, 3 in a row losses to end the season. Bye-bye. Door number 2, anything is on the table.
Yep.
John, they could go 5-7.
Yep. You're just willing to let the season play out. You're not taking the deal.
Door number 2, 54.4% of the vote. We are telling the audience you are going to the playoff, and more than half says no. I don't want that.
No, I don't want this scenario.
Because
we
it
have
would be too
finally
sad.
found the scenario.
Yeah.
The sign on the dotted line scenario that the fans just, I can't bear to witness.
Amy Just, friend of the Grum, writer and scribe for the Lincoln Journal-Star. Door number 2 will most certainly be something worse. How is that the option that's winning? D'Lo writes in, this is
But is it worse? That's the point. Because I had someone point out in one of the comments, what if, let's say Nebraska goes to 10-2, 9-3.
9-3.
If they go 9-3, there's a chance they could be in a New Year's Day bowl game.
Yeah, probably.
They wouldn't be in the playoff at 9-3.
Probably.
More than likely not. But New Year's bowl game.
Yeah.
Could I interest you in that over finishing 0-3 to
You'd
Iowa?
rather go 9-3 than make the playoff? You monsters.
Again, because think of
the pain. Yes,
think of the pain, but think of the takes.
Oh boy!
Because all of a sudden, and you might say, "Oh, absolutely not. They haven't won 11 games in 25 years. There's no way they would react like that."
2001,
I'm telling you, I've been
chance.
around here long enough to know how people would react.
Bad.
People would not react well. And for some strange reason, there would be folks out there who would be like, I don't know if Matt Rule is the right guy. You're probably shaking your head and said there is no way they would do that. I'm telling you, there would be enough. Remember, this is the same fan base that was wanting Matt Rule out after losing the first 2 games in his first season.
They might want that anyway, John. Like, we can't control the crazies.
I know, but
we can't control the crazies.
But see, that's the thing. You got to deal with the crazies.
Well, we have to deal with the crazies.
I'm noticing a fun trend where everybody picking door 2 is also attaching F Iowa to their answer.
Well, people don't like Iowa.
So anyway,
D'Lo writes, Been losing to Iowa for years. Probably lose to them in option 2. Might as well grab a playoff berth when offered.
Okay.
I mean, that is the thing.
Again,
the odds say they're going to lose to Iowa, so why not just lose to Iowa, even worse?
But could you imagine losing to them twice in a row with an undefeated season, a national championship, a conference championship, all of those things on the line, and they blow it?
If they're 11-0, would we have to do like a counter programming on sportsmanlike conduct on that week because you will be on the air doing a basketball game? Like, we'll probably have to do extra radio because people would be so jacked up for the 11-0 Nebraska-Iowa matchup. They'll say, we can't listen to basketball. We need your football takes.
No, I don't think
this
that's
would be the best fall ever for us. Corey writes,
you have 18 other podcasts you could do.
I'll do a podcast. Corey writes, look, the end of the season would suck, but anyone not taking 11-3 in a home playoff game after what this program has given its fans for a decade should be committed to an insane asylum.
But might you also be committed to an insane asylum if this scenario played out?
Oh yeah, great point, John. You didn't think about that.
Yeah,
that would be really bad. Sam, how is host a playoff game only getting 47.8% of the vote?
Because you lost twice in a row to Iowa and you lose to Texas. Imagine that, back-to-back home games where the euphoria, the excitement. I mean, think about it. You're going into Black Friday 11-0. Man, the fever pitch. There'd be people saying, this is what it was like in 71,
Can you imagine Jack
Mitchell?
Mitchell?
This is the game of the century, man. This is the best. And then they lose at home. Yeah. But they get a chance to get some revenge the next week. And so all of a sudden people are getting back up and now what? No, they lose again. But then people would talk themselves into another fury because he'd be like, but we get to host a playoff game. We got to bring Texas here and we got to knock them out. And then they beat you too. Those are 3 huge groin kicks in a row to 2 of the most despised rivals that you have. The only way I could make this scenario worse is if somehow Deion Sanders could be involved in it.
He's announcing the game because he resigns from Colorado in mid-October, and ESPN puts him in the broadcast booth for the Texas game in the playoff. Max says this is the best test case for how much rivalries mean in college football.
I think it's more the best test case for how people just don't want to lose to these particular teams.
Yeah, if you made one of them like Oklahoma, like if you made it the Texas losses Oklahoma, do you think people change their tune a little bit? Or if it's like,
I think
Georgia. If it's Georgia coming to Lincoln and winning, are we talking about like a 75% give me door number 1?
Yeah, again, it's who you're losing to. It's not It's not necessarily that you're losing. It's who it's to.
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. Joel says Nebraska hasn't beaten Iowa and Lincoln since 2011. That bothers me more than anything right now. Wow, since 2011.
It's been a long time.
Yikes. That's true because 2013 was the hat swing game. Yikes.
What's the hat swing game?
Bo Pelini got mad at a ref and swung his hat, and he almost hit him in the face.
Oh, wow.
Which, what if?
That's assault.
Him in the face.
Brother.
That's assault, brother.
I love what Rugby Kobe says.
What's that?
7-5 is better than your scenario. I would get it would be huge progress for the program, but I have emotions and I need to worry about my emotional well-being.
The man put Texas in the playoff and they beat Nebraska. Duncan writes, Nebraska hasn't made a New Year's Six bowl since the 2006 season. Let's pretend this is like making the playoff. Or made it to 11 wins since 2001. Take the 11 wins, including at Penn State, making and hosting the playoff. Helps the program more than losing those last 3 games. Hurts it. It would. You got to look at it through that lens. Big picture, this is awesome. Nebraska is back.
Folks.
Would they be back? Because then people would say, yeah, but they were 11-0, and then look what they did. They lost 3 games in a row.
They're almost back.
2 of them at home.
They're almost back.
Travis in Dallas, door number 2, and I think you all can guess why.
Yes.
Dallas.
Travis is married to a Texas grad. Yeah, that'd be bad for Travis. Everyone's looking at it through the Iowa lens. He looked at it through the Texas lens.
BJ says, F Iowa, door 2 all day, every day.
Nice. Douglas, would be wild to turn down door number 1. Absolutely wild. And yet that's what a lot of people are doing.
Brian says, this is a hard one. The season would be so much fun up to that first Iowa game. It would suck to crash and burn, though. But the following season could be unfinished business 2.0, or it could be hot seat 1.0.
Do you stop it? They're not going to put Matt Rule on the hot seat for starting 11-0 and losing his last 3.
No, they're going to put him on the hot seat because he goes 5-7 the following season.
Now that would be pain. That would be a lot of pain. What would you do, John?
Again, I am really torn on this one.
Wait, are you really? Oh, this is
Yes.
so easy. You obviously take door number 1.
I don't know.
Look, you're going to have horrible pain anyway. Might as well have horrible pain with a better
No,
season.
you can go 9-3 this season.
Yeah, but still lose to Iowa.
Well, maybe you lose to Iowa, but maybe you don't. Maybe the 3 losses are to SC, Penn State, and Michigan.
They always lose to Iowa.
Fine, even if it's not to Iowa, then guess what? That means you're beating either Michigan, Penn State,
You would
or
trade a
USC.
9-win bowl season in a bowl that you don't care about at all.
No, I'm just.
That you'll have to do overreaction for.
But your point is that there's going to be a groin kick anyway.
Yes,
I'm telling you, the groin kick
this
of
would be
this
the worst. It'd be
scenario
worse.
is harder than most anything that could possibly be experienced. I mean, these are some stiff groin kicks.
Yeah, this would be really
very
bad.
stiff groin kicks. It's one thing. I mean, the people go on and on. I know you're doing the whole, groin kick chronicles. Sure. Most of those groin kick chronicles, if the game goes the other way, the season still sucks.
That's true because Nebraska's been bad at football. That's true.
These there's a difference between a groin kick and the difference between 4-8 and 5-7, and a groin kick that's the difference between beating an arch rival, going undefeated, winning a conference championship, and somehow losing a playoff game.
True. That's true.
I mean, those are much bigger, badder groin kicks.
You're making tremendous arguments. This would be, it would be something that we have not
these would
seen.
be 3 straight.
Yes.
In the course of 1 month. They'd all happen in 1 month.
Yeah.
There'd be no harmony, no peace, no, get right game against Samford in there.
The season is just over.
The season's over.
One
and
day
you've
you're
lost.
dreaming of winning a natty, and a month later your season is done, and you have lost to 2 of your least enjoyed or your most hated rivals over the course of a month. 3 times.
I'm
picking door number 1. Though.
I'm probably picking door number 1.
Also, the wild
but
ride.
I am not going to shame those who pick door number 2.
I will shame them because
no, there's no shame in
they're
it.
just going to go.
Shame.
They're going 5-7. So now, congrats! You traded this for 5-7. Congratulations. Enjoy.
Well, it honestly,
enjoy your 5-7.
A lot of how you answer any of these questions depends on what you realistically see happening. And I dare say, we can go back to the results of our polls. Most people are in the 8 or above club,
including our Tuesday friend Steve Sipple, who is now a 9-3
Correct.
man. What has happened?
Right.
What is going on around here?
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Like if you are a 6-6 person, then yeah, of course you're like, no doubt about it. I guess if you're 9-3, you're like, no, I'll take my chances. But you're wrong because they're not going to go 11-1, and I don't think they're going 9-3 either. But here's why I picked number 1. First of all, the ride that we would get to go on as a radio show would be exquisite. We would have not the last part of it, the first part of it.
So what you're saying is, the
I'm in it for the
trip
content.
was awesome. I somehow snuck my way onto this boat, met this really hot chick.
Hey, I'm married.
She really liked the fact that I could draw things with charcoal, and then we escape away into the cargo hold where she asked me to draw her like one of her French girls, and we're just having a wonderful time. And we make out in the back of this Model T,
think they did
and
more
it's
than make
having a
out.
great time. And then all of a sudden, you hit the freaking iceberg, and next thing you know, she's sitting on the damn door. You're buried in the water. You freeze to death. She lives and has regrets.
Also, a dude hit his
That's
head on a
what you're
propeller.
saying. Yeah, it's a hell of a ride.
Wow, this is the Titanic.
This is the Titanic.
Do you think Jack had regrets? He got laid.
But he's dead.
And he got to draw her.
But he's dead.
Yeah, that's true.
He didn't get to come back for the unfinished business tour. He died because somehow there wasn't enough room on that door that
it was too small.
What's her face was sitting on.
Oh, you knocked yourself out. You were so
Bye,
excited
John.
about the
Did I?
door. Yeah, you just did. You're good. Zeb says, what if they win the Black Friday game against Iowa, then lose in the Big Ten championship game against Iowa and lose against Texas? How would you feel? It's basically the same thing, right? It's just slightly better because you're 12-0 instead of 11.
Yeah.
It's still pain. There's still many pains. Many pains.
If this happens, would you do the big red overreactions?
So you're saying if they're 11-0, will I volunteer to do whatever is next? Sure, put it on the list. If they're 11-0, I sign up for whatever is next for Nebraska football. This is awesome. This is the Titanic season for Nebraska.
This is like the Titanic. Everything
great.
was great. It was wonderful. You were having the sex and enjoying the company of a beautiful young English girl.
Yeah.
And then you hit the iceberg.
That's true.
And that water is cold.
It is cold, man.
It's very cold.
Imagine how small things were because of the cold.
Yeah. How did that work in the car?
The car wasn't underwater when they were boning.
It's still probably cold in the. Why would you heat the cargo bay?
No, didn't you see that movie?
Yeah,
dude, that car was.
It got steamy.
Yeah, because they were breathing very heavily.
Oh yeah,
that would represent about the USC game.
Oh,
in the story,
Cats Are Funny says I refuse to give Iowa 2 wins. Thanks. He refuses to let this program gravitate to 0-3 versus Iowa and Texas. Yeah, that would be wow. I like
that's
this.
What this is.
I like this comparison to the.
This
Titanic.
is the Titanic. This
really
is the
good.
Titanic scenario.
Yeah, Travis, that'd be so loud and wildly insufferable leading up to Nebraska being 11-0. Imagine how much fun that would be. Wow, fight! Yeah, essentially, you're asking if we want to relive the 2001 season, 11-0 ugly losses to Colorado.
Now
Miami.
we didn't. Now for the fairness of the,
we did not say blowouts.
We did not say how they were going to lose those games, but there's a pretty good chance.
Yeah, we just said
with
pain.
those two teams that the losses would be excruciatingly painful.
Yeah.
I mean, Iowa has the art of the escape mastered, and Texas was the original Iowa when it came to pulling things out when they had no business pulling things out.
Keisters. Yeah.
So, I mean, you're talking about two rivals that have given Nebraska fits, and not because of blowouts necessarily.
Yeah.
So there's a very good chance that at least two, if not all three of these losses, are very excruciating in how they happen.
Bill says, I think you guys need a vacation, getting a little kooky. It's July. This is what happens in July. This is
my favorite scenario we've ever cooked up.
Dan says Iowa
This is so good.
Iowa wins 2 games with 1 first half.
That's probably what happens. And you know what happened? Yeah, they probably win those games because guess what? Their special teams is still better than Nebraska.
402. And just like the movie Titanic, everybody watching knows what is coming. Yeah, we're all watching like this is going to be really bad. It's going to be horrible when they lose.
Oh, so when you're hosting the shows the week of the Iowa game, you're saying, you know what's going to happen.
If they're
hitting the iceberg
if
here.
they're 11-0 going into the Iowa game, I am running as far away as possible. I want to leave, but I volunteered to do overreaction. They're going to lose, and it is going to be really, really bad. Travis, so guys, these losses would cause generational groin kicks.
Exactly.
People would talk about this like you talk about the 84 Orange Bowl. It would
Except it happened 3 times.
in a row.
3 times. And remember, in 1984, we didn't hate Miami yet.
That's true. That's a great point.
That's when the hate started, but they didn't hate them yet because we kind of overlooked them. You already hate Iowa.
So by the way,
and think of the black and yellow confetti falling from the skies in Indianapolis while Kirk Ferentz is accepting the trophy from Manfred's boy.
We did it with 1 first down.
Meanwhile, Matt Rule's back in the press conference going, I didn't think it was possible we could lose a game holding a team to 1 first down.
Eating sad
but
pizza.
We did.
He's eating sad pizza like Urban Meyer.
The game ends 2-0 on a safety.
Oh my gosh. So the dates
because the
of these
punt
games,
snap goes over his head.
Black Friday is November 28th. The Big Ten Championship game is December 6th. They would play the playoff on either Friday the 19th or Saturday the 20th. So over the course of, 22 days, they would lose 3 games, again, to teams that they despise.
See, the more we talk this out, door number 2 is starting to sound a little more inviting.
Kirk Ferentz's smug face talking about winning the right way. Oh, he would. People doubted us. They doubted us, and we beat them twice. We beat them twice. They said that our way of winning couldn't win. And he brings his son back to call an honorary play.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
Would it be better if Iowa would go on to win the Natty? Because then Nebraska would be like, we lost.
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
It took a national championship winning team to take us out.
No.
The answer is no.
If there's one thing Nebraska fans still wants to have is they want to hold the fact that you've never really won a national championship over their heads.
Close to 600 votes now. 53.2% have picked door number 2.
I'm telling you, door number 2 is starting to. Door number 2, you live.
Wow.
Door number 1, you freeze to death in the Atlantic Ocean. And they make a movie about you 80 years later.
Mustache Adam. Nebraska goes 11-0, but then loses last 3 to tormentor programs, and it's the guy with the 1,000-yard stare, the troop. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wow.
I'm still picking door number 1.
Yes,
Probably
we know
even
what you're
harder.
doing. We know
Well,
what
of course you're
doing.
picking door 1.
You're an Iowa fan.
Iowa's in the playoff.
Yeah.
And they're the Big Ten champions.
Iowa starts 11-0 and then loses 3 games in a row. 2 of them to Nebraska and 1 of them to Iowa State. What do you do? Well, you are probably like, sweet, go Clones.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, you're such a goober.
Like, it'd be annoying because Nebraska fans would hold that over your head forever, because like the next 10 years until they decide to beat Iowa in the regular season again.
That's the thing, John. Iowa would hold this above Nebraska's heads for the rest of time.
Yep.
Yikes, that's tough. Wow.
Yep.
It gets worse.
Yep.
What is the thing about taking a deal? It gets worse. The deal gets worse.
It's getting worse all the time.
Yeah. Who said that?
That was Lando.
Lando from Star Wars.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Formula 1.
No, I would never.
Lando Norris.
Duncan, you're right, everyone. Going 9-3 and going to the Raleigh Quest Bowl sounds so much better than 11-3.
I think it does.
Yeah, you guys want to go to the Raleigh Quest Bowl?
I think, especially if you win the Raleigh Quest Bowl, imagine how nice your jewels will feel.
Joel just said, but what a trip to Happy Valley it would be. And then it's the scene in Titanic when the hand
goes
touches
up on the door on the glass.
Joel, that's funny. That is really, really good. So the guy falling off the Titanic and hitting his bonk.
That's Iowa gaining the first down.
That would be the first down. Oh, now I kicked myself out. What is going on today?
I don't know.
What the hell is
It's
happening?
all going crazy.
Good Lord.
This is a fun poll.
Yeah. All right. There we go.
This might be one of my best ever.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Coming up.
Yeah, Severe. Door number 1. Think about the ride. It would be awesome from the Michigan game.
Yeah, think about the ride. That's what Jack was saying until they hit the iceberg.
Seriously, the amount of fun that we would have on this radio show for
it'd be
2.5
great.
months would be awesome. Awesome. And then it would be the worst.
It'd be the worst.
No,
and guess
and
what?
then it would
the
be
off
awesome.
season lasts a lot longer than the season does.
Oh my gosh.
Then it's the whole off season of, hey, remember that time we froze to death in the Atlantic? Remember that time we fell down and hit the propeller and made that bonk noise and made the movie theater laugh?
Yeah.
If that scenario ever happened, I would wear my Iowa baseball jersey every single day.
That's baseball. Nobody cares about that, though.
Yeah, but it's a Hawkeye logo.
Alan writes, Iowa fan here. I'll take option 1, a Big Ten title. All the Husker tears. Easy choice.
Oh, if you're Iowa, you're slamming the yes button on that, baby.
That's like the best season ever for Iowa.
Oh, my God.
I'm going to take this door off the hinges just so you can just get into it easier.
Mm-hmm.
Iowa could lose their first round game like Oregon did last year, and they would still slam the yes button on that deal. It's like, take it.
Dave Fight says door number 2 is 7-5 and a trip to face Scott Frost in the Rate Bowl.
Oh,
Yikes.
And
That'd be
then
good for
losing.
content too, though.
Yes, it would.
I mean,
and then they're going to win
into
that game because Scott Frost ain't winning a no damn bowl game.
Now you're talking. That is a great point.
How ironic would it be if the one bowl game Scott Frost won was against Nebraska?
That would be
Okay,
also bad.
that'll be next week's wild ass
good,
scenario.
good.
Awesome.
This week's Titanic scenario, you can vote now. JTech Construction's own Twitter page. We'll come back. We got Super Hot Take Market, including
What is it about?
People are chickening out again.
Angel Reese again?
No, she doesn't chicken out. She just misses a lot of shots.
Okay.
Back after this on 1620 The Zone. to the market for some super hot takes. It's the super hot take market. I just have one today.
Good. I only have one as well.
But when I saw it, my skin started to crawl. Not as much as my skin would crawl if the Titanic scenario took place, but close. From Brett McMurphy, now of On 3. Indiana cancels their home-and-home series with Virginia in 27 and 28 and must pay out $500,000 for canceling the series. Instead, Indiana has added home games with Kennesaw State, Austin Peay, and Eastern Illinois. Did Indiana learn nothing from last year? I know they made the playoff, but they wouldn't have made the playoff if Alabama had just managed to play halfway decent in Norman, Oklahoma.
That is true.
Indiana would have been out with one loss, and you'd have had a lot of Big Ten crying going on. I can't believe it. They don't respect our conference, blah, blah, blah. No, they don't respect your weak-ass schedule. Indiana was a lot closer to getting knocked out of the playoff than I think a lot of people want to admit. And so they're taking the wrong lessons away from last year. And so the hot take is this. Just like the COVID cancellations and the recent flap over the CFP format, this move by Big Ten teams to cancel non-conference Power 4 games is going to blow up in their face.
Do not like that they're doing this. Hate that they're doing this. Don't know why they're doing this. Wrong lessons.
And I'm not saying it's going to blow up in their face because public sentiment's going to be against them. I think it's going to blow up in their face because I think that philosophy is going to cost them.
It's going to be the wrong philosophy.
Is going to cost them playoff spots. Yeah. Because I like them or not, I think the SEC's done a pretty good job this offseason of really banging the drum about how tough our schedule is. And I have to wonder if that's going to have an impact next year on the at-large selections.
Yeah.
And maybe teams are going to parse a little bit more. And remember, it's not about necessarily how good the schedule it is. It's about the intent. And if the intent by schools like Indiana is to cancel games, and remember, this is Virginia. This isn't Virginia, Indiana basketball.
Exactly.
This is Virginia, Indiana football. But the intent of dumping those games for obvious reasons to lighten up your schedule, I think in future years, whether it's the current 12-team format or the new 16-team format, the 5x11, it's going to backfire, I think, on a lot of these teams. And it's going to make the playoff path for teams like Indiana a hell of a lot tougher.
Hot take, I believe. John, you should cherish this week. You know, everyone always complains about this week. There's nothing to watch. There's nothing to do. It's a dead week. There's nothing on. That's what everybody says. Nick, might I recommend a good book to you?
Take a look.
I know you need to learn how to read. Maybe a movie you've never seen before. Maybe one of the classics. Binging a season of television. Enjoy weeks like this.
Yeah, you know what, John? Watch Chernobyl.
I'm sick. Great recommendation, Nick. I'm sick of all the complaining about a dead week like this. I like this week, just like I like the summer, just like I like my seasons, John.
This doesn't feel like a very genuine hot take.
I like this week. I've been reading Bill Connolly's book. It's been awesome. I'm really enjoying it. I'm not going to complain.
It's not a Stephen King book.
Wouldn't it be nice to have more weeks like this?
Yeah, it's called The Rest of the Summer. You know, like it's not like I go home and watch sports every night.
So maybe extend it out a little bit further and stop trying to count down to when it's over.
I just acknowledge the number of days between now and, I don't know, August 23rd, for example.
When the pathway to the Titanic begins. You know,
Yes.
The Titanic had to begin its journey, too.
It did. People were counting down to that. So anyway, in a few months, you're going to say there's too much to watch. There'll be playoffs going on. There'll be football going on. There'll be basketball, hockey. John will be getting ready for an exhibition Creighton Iowa State game on a Saturday because they moved it, allegedly, maybe. And you're going to be like, wow, there's too much. I don't have any time for it. You're going to say that. I don't have time for anything anymore. Enjoy this week. Enjoy whatever you want to do. Nick, the world is your oyster. You go home and do whatever you want tonight. John, you too.
Oh, I have to do dishes tonight. I don't want to do dishes, but I have to.
Oh, got to do them tonight?
Yeah.
Like they're sitting at home?
Yeah.
Oh, Nick, you got to work ahead and get the dishes done.
It's not my fault.
Wow, tough luck. Throwing his soon-to-be wife under the bus.
Or my future wife's fault. It's not her fault either.
Oh, you're blaming the dog now?
Yes.
Hot
the
take
dog's
this week's
fault.
actually not bad. That's my hot take ultimately.
Not really a hot take. Good night. It's
That's
relaxing.
not true. Some people hate this week. Seriously, the sports nuts hate this week. And I'm a sports guy.
Have the sports nuts considered another hobby?
No, they're sports nuts.
I think the sports nuts are just spoiled. I mean, take some time off. I agree with you. Take some time off. Take a breath. Go for a walk.
Clean the dishes.
Clean the dishes.
Dogs.
When you're at work, do you not want to take a 15-minute break?
Oh, Nick. Well, I actually never take 15-minute breaks at work.
Well, yeah, but you're in a different kind of job.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Well, I guess you know what my breaks are? Sometimes I'll get up and I'll go wash the dishes.
Oh.
Like this morning, I washed the coffee pot. Then I didn't have to do it later.
Honestly, the people that complain the most about this week are the people that, you know, are they either need a life, or maybe they need to broaden their sports horizons and not be so stick and ball pilled.
Yeah, baseball's a tough sport to be a fan of. Max,
Baseball's a very easy sport to be a fan
Max
of.
says, isn't the Open this weekend? There is the Open Championship. That's true.
Yeah, you got to golf. Well, now
That's
by
another
this
stick
weekend,
and ball sport.
by this weekend, baseball will be back.
That's true.
So you're only dealing with Monday through Thursday. It's only 4 days.
Yeah, it's
And we're almost
basically
through
nothing.
the second day. And tonight there is the All-Star game.
Yeah, think about people like me who have to wait 3 weeks for a Formula One race, and then they're doing another 2-week break after that.
That's your fault for getting into a stupid sport.
It's a great sport.
Dilo says they're already fighting. I give it 6 months.
We're not fighting.
About the dishes, remember?
Yeah, it's not. It's not an us thing.
Travis says, I know I need to do the dishes. Leave me alone.
Apologize.
I like doing dishes. I think it's relaxing. I put on a podcast. That's how I do the dishes.
I don't mind doing the dishes under very specific circumstances.
What does that mean?
Like, you know, if you don't leave food in the sink in the dishes when you put them in the sink.
You gotta rinse the dishes.
You do.
It's like last night we made popcorn. I wasn't gonna wash out the pot that we made the popcorn. So you know what I did, Nick? Put a little soap in there, turned it on extra hot, filled it up, left it this morning. Easy peasy.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Got it cleaned. Unloaded the dishwasher this morning. Had a great time.
Well, before I leave for the week, we should discuss what Scribes Peterson had to write about this weekend. You know, that's the other thing about the Titanic scenario. Would we be able to argue that year 3 was a bounce if they started 11-0 and then lost 3 straight?
I hadn't even thought. I mean, yes, but we would have to argue.
Yes, we would have to argue.
Wow.
Some of Josh's research into the year 3 Matt Rule bounce.
Sorry, John. Sorry that we have to talk about year 3.
Well, soon it'll be over. Then we can count down to next summer.
Wow.
16-20 the zone.
Travis, wow, Nick was a passive aggressive shade of his fiance.
Not the fiance, the dogs. You have a tongue, use it.
Okay. So, as we know, because we're always reminded every
It's
single
year
day.
3, John.
It's year 3.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
We're looking for that year 3 bounce. So that was your inspiration.
Yeah.
For Scribes Peterson to come out of his hole, put on his press hat, make some phone calls.
I did do a couple interviews.
Take some notes on his little 5x7 notepad.
Talking like a 1930s newsie.
Hey, what about Matt Rule in 2015 at Temple?
So what did you learn?
So we've hit on a couple of these things over the course of the last few weeks. Once I kind of got a lot of my initial data, but I basically have been trying to figure out the year three of it all, the year 3 thing. If it is, remember the word that Damon used to use with us a lot, portable. Is it actually portable? Because I think it's kind of, we do a disservice to ourselves in the audience when we just say, yeah, like he's been good in year 3. But why?
Why?
Why has he been good in year 3? And so the first thing that I learned was because they had a ton of players back at both stops. At Temple, the number in terms of returning production broadly, according to Bill Connolly. Oh, you got the graphics up. Awesome. So according to Bill Connolly, Temple returned 83% of their production. 83%. Now, that includes transfers, but, I mean, as you can see on the other graphics, it's pretty much all homegrown guys, right? That ranked 6th in the country going into year 3 at Temple.
That's good.
Baylor, a few years later, in 2019, going into the 2019 season, the number was down a little bit to 75%. That was still good for 20th. What's interesting, too, and I didn't have this in the story, but going into year 2, their numbers were actually higher. It was like in the 80 percentile, and they were, I think, number 2 or 3 or something like that. Nebraska, counting transfers. That's where things get a little tricky here. Counting transfers, Nebraska is still only at 60%.
Correct.
And nationally, that ranks 50th. So the first thing that I learned is they're going to be trying to do the year 3 bump, improve in a much different way than they have before. And so that was the first thing that I learned.
And doing it against much different competition.
Much different competition. Yeah, the Temple team, they did have Notre Dame in the non-conference, and that was their first loss that year. And it happened in October. October. They also played Penn State in the opener, and they beat Penn State. They knocked them off. That was a huge win. I had a chance to talk to John DiCarlo, who's been covering the Owls for like 2 decades. And that game seemed to be kind of what we thought Colorado could last year, where it propelled them, and ultimately it did not. Baylor, different. They had some overtime games along the way, but they lost Oklahoma. The ranked win stuff, well, those 2 teams lost a lot of games versus ranked opponents.
Good news is, at least for right now, I would guess there are no more than 2 ranked teams on the current schedule. Michigan will probably be ranked, and Penn State will be ranked.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody else. I mean, could Iowa be ranked? Maybe, but who knows what it will be by the time game time comes around.
Yes, exactly. So that was the first thing that I learned, and we can go back now to the previous graphic you had there, John. So then I wanted to go position by position because the returning production stuff today versus the olden days, and by the olden days I mean 2015 and 2019, it's a little more difficult again because it includes transfers. So I went and tried to figure out, okay, when Bill Connolly does his returning production rankings, what is he looking at? And so what he is looking at are not like interceptions. He's not looking at forced fumbles. He's looking at yards at return at the positions on offense, offensive line starts, and then tackles by the various position groups. So I was like, you know what? If that's good enough for Bill, it's good enough for me. Also, it's a lot easier to find this information. Temple, in terms of passing yards that they brought back to their year 3 team, 96.8%. Baylor, 81.0%. Nebraska, 100% of their passing yards are not back, but that's only because 2 passes were completed by Brian Buschini for 38 yards last year. Also,
but it might as well be 100%.
Might as well. And the other funny thing, too, of course, is that Harburg is now a tight end. But, realistically, 100% of the passing yards are back. Rushing yards, 79% return for Temple. 84.3% for Baylor, 47.9% for Nebraska. And this is, by the way, we can talk about this stuff, but This is the one position that Nebraska did not try to shore up in the portal.
They did not.
Because we can talk about that. Receiving yards, Temple, 66.6% returned. 71.5 for Baylor. 31.8%.
Now, is
for
this
Nebraska.
Counting the transfer yards?
It is not counting the transfer yards.
Okay.
So if you bump up the transfers, and I actually had the numbers, but if you add the returning receiving production, Nebraska goes from it's 935 receiving yards to over 2,000. But that's with adding Dane Key. It's with adding Isaiah Hunter.
Right.
So I just wanted to go pure literal returning. Played at Nebraska, gets at Nebraska this next year. Offensive line starts. This was the one spot where Nebraska is actually better than the Temple and Baylor years. 70 Temple offensive line starts returned in year 3. Only 19 for Baylor. It was a very green offensive line. And Nebraska brings back 87. Now, there is a caveat, of course, here of COVID. And Nebraska has some like kind of squirrely stuff on their roster, but still 87 total returning starts. Defensive side of the ball. Temple brought back 89% of defensive line tackles. They brought back 97% of linebacker tackles, 85.1% of DB tackles.
They return a lot of defense.
Yeah, Baylor, it was 51, 93, and 69.
Nice.
And Nebraska's 35% defensive line tackles, 29.2% linebacker tackles, and 88% defensive back tackles. So honestly, John, there's like 2 positions where Nebraska's really good. Defensive backs, where they better DBs at the other spots, and passing yards, where they bring back the quarterback. Everywhere else, up and down, they are not matching up.
Yeah, just judging by this, Nebraska is I wouldn't call them a major outlier. It's not quite apples and oranges, but maybe it's apples and pears, because pears are kind of close to apples, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it definitely is different from what Temple and Baylor had coming back in year 3. Now, of course, things that can offset that, having all of your passing yards back, the production at wide receiver that is transferring in, and the offensive line, because while they already have the most offensive line starts returning, they're also bringing in 2 guys who all have starting experience at Power 5 schools.
Correct. And so that's the thing.
So those are the things that can maybe offset some of the gaps elsewhere. And it kind of leans into what I've been thinking about this year's team, and that is I expect the offense to take a significant jump up, but I expect the defense maybe to slide back just a little bit.
Yeah, you look at the players, you've mentioned some of them, but the players that they're bringing in on defense that they're really going to be asking a lot from come from the G5 level or G6 now and the FCS level, where on offense, Dane Key played in the SEC and Isaiah Hunter played in the ACC because Cal's an ACC team now. People forget that. But again, the one interesting part on this before we get to the last graphic is Nebraska did not shore up the running back room. Everywhere else, they shored it up. They brought in additional offensive line starts in Pritchett and Spindler. We already mentioned the wide receivers. Up and down on defense. They brought in players who have played at the college level, not running back. And so that's going to obviously put some pressure on Emmett Johnson. It's going to put a little bit of pressure on, whoever is behind him. And then the last category, you didn't.
I don't think I uploaded the other graph.
No, and that's fine. We can just go through this real fast. So 1-score games. This was something. So I went into this project knowing I wanted to look at returning production because that was the basis of it. In my research, I realized that Matt Rule, Temple, and Baylor teams were horrible in 1-score games. Horrible. In year 1 for Temple, and remember, this was a 2-10 team. They went 0-5 in 1-score games. Baylor, a 1-11 team. Horrible. They went 0-4. And we know about Nebraska that in their 5-7 season, they went 1-5. In year 2, both teams got a little bit better. 1-3 for Temple, 3-2 for Baylor. So actually above 500 in those games. We know Nebraska, they technically were better. They were 2-5.
Right.
They doubled the number of wins, but they still had 5 1-score losses. Year 3, there was definitely a breakthrough, though. Temple, first of all, they only played in 3 of them, and they went 2-1. Baylor went 5-2 in 1-score games, including starting the year 5-0 in those types of games. They lost to Oklahoma twice. The Titanic scenario.
The Titanic.
They lost to Oklahoma twice in 1-score games, and then we'll see what happens with Nebraska. But that was one of the things that I was like, wow, if they're able to have that type of jump, that would certainly be one way to up the win total overall. So, like, in the end, I don't really know what it means because it's just so different today versus, the the old days, the Temple days, the Baylor days.
Yeah.
It's such a different era of college football.
It is, and that's why I've kind of, I've adjusted. I think personally, if we're going to count this as a year 3 bounce, it needs to be at least 9 wins.
Yeah.
I don't think 8 really is a huge bounce. I mean, it's an improvement, but I wouldn't call it the year 3 bounce. And also, but that, and I guess that's the part that I've pushed back since the beginning of this year 3 thing, and that is, yeah, sure, it happened at Temple and it happened at Baylor. Different programs, different conferences, and probably most importantly, a different time in college football. We're in the post-COVID era, the transfer portal era, the NIL era, the pay-for-play era of college football, and it's changed everything. And I don't think, A, I don't know if a year 3 bounce is going to happen. B, I don't think it has to happen. Because in a perfect, remember, Rule used those bounces to move on to bigger jobs. I think the goal here is to build this for the long term and to be here for a while.
Like you're building a big giant ship.
And you don't need necessarily a year 3 bounce. I'm not saying it wouldn't be good to have it, but I don't think you necessarily need it to be an all-out judge of, well, he didn't have the year 3 bounce, so things aren't going to go well.
Yeah.
I think that right now I'm kind of sitting at 8 wins as far as what my prediction's going to be. A lot of people will take that.
Yeah, I would.
A lot of people will take that.
That goes back to what we talked about last week.
Some people
What's a
will
good
take
season?
that over 11-3 with losses to Iowa twice and Texas in a home playoff game.
They would.
But yeah, and that doesn't have to mean, oh well, crap, he's not on his pattern. So what?
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it's a different time, and this is a different league.
Yeah,
it's a much different league.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Steve Sipple. Wonder how Sip will respond to our poll question.
I cannot wait to ask him.
That and other things with Steve Sipple when we continue on 1620 The Zone.
it'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The Steveless, Sippleless happy hour
Well,
is
he's
on
gonna
the air.
be here.
Sad.
He's just joining us a couple of minutes late, but he answered the phone. It's not like he's ignoring us. It's okay.
Very sad. We miss him. But
Well,
this just gives us more time to go into the poll question that's shaking the fan base up.
Well, actually, I was going to go to the other poll question we asked today because I'm a little surprised by these numbers. So yesterday here on this Grum, well, I guess we have Sip already.
Yep, so much for that.
I guess we have Sip already. Well, you know what? I can still bring Sip into this conversation.
I got.
I got to learn to use this arm again.
Yeah.
It's getting slowly better.
You'll get there. We believe
Hello, Steven.
Hey, what are you guys doing?
Well,
radio show.
We've asked a couple of poll questions. One that really has people fired up.
Uh-huh.
It is a scenario.
Yeah.
It's an offer.
Yeah.
Would you take a deal where Nebraska starts the season 11-0, then loses to Iowa on Black Friday? Then
wait. There's more. There's more.
There's more.
Yeah.
Then gets rematched with Iowa the next week in the conference championship game, loses that. But
there's more, Sipple.
But Nebraska's 11-2. They're going to host a playoff game, and they're hosting it against Texas, and they lose that one. Do you take that deal, or do you just take your chances with whatever you think might happen this year?
I'm inclined to. My visceral reaction is to take my chance.
Yes.
You're taking your chances?
Taking the chances. I love it.
Yeah, I am. That's too much. That'd be ridiculous.
I mean, there are people out there saying you guys are crazy. 11 wins, a playoff
11
berth.
wins, Sipple.
I mean, this would be the best season since
Sipple,
2001.
imagine all the clicks on your column. So many clicks if they're 11-0. So many.
It just gets so weird though if they lost twice. So lose two straight to Iowa, then to Texas.
It would be pretty crazy.
And two of them at home.
It'd erase everything, especially if they lost bad to Texas.
They make the playoff and that erases everything.
Yep, it does. It's really. Hey, college football is crazy, and it's an emotion. Come on, Josh. It's very emotional.
I know. I watch.
By the way,
it's not rational a lot of the time.
And neither is this bargain. Not rational. By the way, we have a name for this scenario.
Yeah.
We call it the Titanic scenario because Josh says, think about how great it would start. I said, yeah, the Titanic started out well too.
And
then they hit the iceberg.
They hit the iceberg.
Right. Wow. This is summer. I like that form of summer race.
It's taken over the whole show.
It has.
We still don't know why it happened, and yet that was 2.5 hours ago, and here we are.
All right. I'm here for it. I'm really here for it.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I'm trying to figure out, Sip, is how in the world did you get talked into 9 wins? And not just that you got talked. I could see it happening like by August the 20th when we're right up against the season. This is a month earlier. I mean, you like went from 7 to 9 like that.
No, I went to 8 to 9.
All right, 8 to 9.
It was very organic. That's why I don't feel particularly apologetic because it was rushed. It was Sean telling me at 10 p.m. on Friday that we're running a prediction. You know, are running our predictions on Saturday morning, and it publishes at 6 a.m. So it's 10, and I'm not even in really position to do anything. So I had to wait till midnight and kind of just hunker in. And it doesn't. I love those kind of times because you don't want to jack around. You don't overthink it. And I got to 9-3, and I thought I'm not going to go. Just go 9-3. That's what I think is going to happen.
But why? But why?
Because a lot of reasons. Because I do think they come to Michigan, and then that gets. I think they'll be. What would it be? 6-0 going into Minnesota. I don't think they'll beat Minnesota. And I think they can beat USC at home.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're not good enough to go and beat UCLA and Penn State. But the rest of it, I like. I mean, I just like it, and I feel good about it. It's just I don't think they're there yet. And this schedule 9-3 is kind of like 8-4 anyway. You know what I mean? Well, it's a 9-3, and it's you get it, and you get credit for it. But this is largely a nod to the schedule.
Yeah,
but also they have some stuff. They're pretty good. I mean, it's not a bad team.
The more I think about it, and we've got plenty of time to think about it.
Not that much more time, John. We're running out of time.
Just like we have plenty of time to think up crazy, weird-ass scenarios. But the more I was thinking about it, it kind of feels, and this conversation kind of in my head started when we were talking yesterday about, coaches who could be on a hot seat, and one of them is Lincoln Riley at USC. And there's something that tells me that USC game, Nebraska-USC game, could kind of be that swing game between a team that's like an 8-win team, a 9-win team, because as we know, SC beat Nebraska last year. They expect to be better this year, just as Nebraska expects to be better this year. And that game just kind of looks, I look at that as saying, okay, win that game, you're going to get to 9. Lose that game, you're not going to get to 9.
That's what Joel Klatt says roughly the same thing, although he thinks it's just they'll lose to Michigan, they'll lose to Penn State, then it's the USC game that's the big one. Now, I think that's a national guy not knowing things like Nebraska's lost 4 straight in Minneapolis.
Yep.
We're overlooking the fact that UCLA kind of clubbed Nebraska last year. Close score, but they kind of clubbed them, It wasn't much of it was sort of embarrassing for Nebraska. And so I just think a national guy is not locked in nobody's locked in like we are in the world, we know all the nuances, ins and outs. I just don't think Nebraska's quite ready to just go stomp through places like Minnesota and Pasadena, but I think they can do some stuff at home. And I don't think Michigan is not, I think they're a top 20 team, but I wouldn't go much beyond that.
Sip, looking ahead to next week, just kind of reading the room a little bit, reading some of the questions that I know fans are interested in. One that I saw today was one that I've actually been asking around about, and so I'll just ask you, and I'm hoping that we get this to Matt Rule next week. What do we know about the health of Carter Nelson at this point in time?
Yeah, I that's if I had to ask him 5 questions and 5 only, Rule, I'd be one of them.
Yeah.
I think I've said it to you guys before. He came bounding out of the tunnel for that spring fiasco, for the spring event. I almost think to say, what are you guys worried about? Look at me. I mean, he came sprinting out of there. And I think he was sending the message. He was one of the first, maybe the first guy out. And if there's something wrong with him, it'd be kind of odd. Because he shows nothing. So I think he's fine, but I want to know. I want to know if he's 100%. Because I think it's gigantic if he's 100%.
Yeah.
Well, he's forgotten. He's forgotten. But if he's 100%, he won't be forgotten. I mean, we'll remember him very quickly, as in the opener.
Yeah, you're probably right.
No, I know I'm right. I know I'm right.
Yeah, I was bouncing around rewatching some of the games from last year, and I stumbled upon the touchdown that he had against Northern Iowa, and it was a reminder to me of God, he is an athletic freak if he can get back to being healthy.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah. I totally agree. Oh, I think if he can beat the injury thing consistently, he will be a big time player at Nebraska.
I mean, they beat Georgia for him,
Yeah, he's that guy. I know that. I don't hesitate.
Mm-hmm.
Don't hesitate.
As you wrote in your column over the weekend explaining the 9-win prediction, you mentioned that you think Nebraska's special teams could become a strength immediately. Is it being a little too unrealistic to go from a tire fire to a strength that quickly?
No, it's not, because they changed the core room. You know, they changed the kicker, punter, snapper. So, and then I know Eckler feels really good. Now we got to actually. Eckler feels really good about the talent just on the various special teams. No, it's not. It's not a stretch at all. I mean, because of what I said, because they got a new punter, they feel very good about. They feel very good about scheme. Snapper should be taken care of. Brought in a kicker, and they feel good about Cunanan and Hole. That'll be a good battle. Cunanan will be the backup punter. Now he's not rugby style, but they can have scheme. They can put scheme in that doesn't have rugby style. So I think they feel really good, and I expect a major jump there. Major jump.
Is the best comparison when Bo arrived in 2003, turning the defense from the 2002 defense into the 2003 defense?
That's a good.
Coaching matters a lot, but also Nebraska has players. You just got to get the right, get that mix. That's a very good comparison, because you would have said the same thing. How is it possibly going to turn, that quick? It can. It can. And a lot of Nebraska's problems were snap related, and that can change it.
Sip, one of the through lines of Media Day so far has been it seems like people asking for salary cap, not salary cap, but roster totals in terms of what schools are paying for. There was a story that I saw today, I believe from your publication on 3, trying to figure out what schools are paying around the country. How much, because this is going to be a question in Vegas next week. They're going to try to figure out what the 18 schools are paying, and we probably won't know anything officially, of course, but how much do you think with rev share and then NIL Nebraska's paying their roster this year?
I don't know.
You couldn't fathom a guess?
What is the number? The official number for out of the rev shares is it 15.5?
I don't know. Is the official number? I don't think we had heard the official.
We haven't heard the official number, but it's probably a safe assumption that it's in
around
in the $15 million range.
Yeah.
Yeah, 75%.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you add it, let me think about the NIL.
Is that like $7 million? Is that close to 10?
Yeah, I think you get to $22 million.
22. That was my number 2.
Nebraska's $22 million roster, says Josh, says Scribes Peterson of Husker Max and Steve Sipple of On 3.
Yeah, I don't think that's out of line. That would probably be high end, though. I wouldn't go any further. I wouldn't go any higher than that. I'd like to know that, and I don't know if you can know. I don't know. You can't know that. There is a I'll call it a federal act that prohibits us from fine. You can't Freedom of Information Act this. That won't work. Otherwise you'd probably already be seeing it. You can't send a FOIA request, as they call it, and then for the numbers for salary numbers, you can't do it. Their players are protected.
That's so wild, because professors aren't.
That's true.
You can go and I can go search how much professors at UNL. I've done it before. I know that it exists. So it's wild that this doesn't fall under that purview.
Because it's a students related act. I have it on my phone somewhere and I'm scrolling. I will tell you this unequivocally. The players are protected.
And then on top of that, Sip, from how we understand it, the raw numbers, not the individualized numbers, are also protected too. Is that what we're to understand it? That we can't figure out how much is going to football?
I don't know if that's protected or not. I don't know that. I'm not going to pretend I know that.
Okay.
I wonder if you could send a Freedom of Information Act request on that. The only reason I think it might be protected. I think it would be done by now. I mean, nobody's done it.
Yeah, I know Dannon has said, before that he expects that they're going to be able to keep everything under lock and key. So we'll see, I guess.
Yeah.
You also wrote this week about running backs, and of course, you talked to Frank with Darren Diedrich and Derek Brown going into the Nebraska Football Hall of Fame. And I was fascinated by what Frank had to say about, hey, when we were recruiting running backs, we needed to see them hit people. We needed to see them be physical. We needed to see them break tackles on the film. Do you think Emmett Johnson has those hard hit hard intangibles that would have attracted Nebraska's recruiting attention back in the day?
I think for the most part, he definitely has the toughness part.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always impressed with his toughness. He doesn't back down, and he hammers into contact. I love that about him. Now, if he was in that era, I mean, come on, you're talking about some great running backs. Just go watch that film of Darren Diedrich. A couple people put out highlights. Look at Diedrich. Just watch him run. I mean, he's a forgotten guy in the pantheon of great Nebraska running backs. But if you watch those highlights, I mean, I said it on your show the other day. He'd be running back one here, no matter what.
Yeah.
But no matter what, he'd be your number one running back. And I don't know that it would be that close. So Emmett does have some stuff, and I think the two things that he has that are really attractive are toughness. He catches the ball well. Also, he is shifty in traffic. He has a good jump cut. It looks like to me. He's just a little undersized. He doesn't have a lot of speed. He's a tough dude. So he would fit that category for sure of what Frank was looking for.
Hey, Sip, turning the attention back to next week for a moment, what are you expecting from Tony Petitti, given what we're all wondering about with the future of college sports and where things are going?
Well, it's a very important appearance. He's outnumbered right now as far as the way he regards the playoff. It's 3-1. Will he hold ground? I imagine he will. Now, some of that depends. He serves the president. That's what he does. He serves the university president in the Big Ten, and they'll have extensive talks before he goes to the podium, because what he says will be really important. I imagine it's kind of a Big Ten style to be very official, probably choose his words very carefully.
Yeah.
Show a level of diplomacy, but be very rigid. He won't be off the cuff, nor should he be. It'll be very official. It'll probably be a little diplomatic, but you'll know where he stands, and it'll be an important appearance for him.
My prediction is this. Tell me what you think, Sip. Because they've got the deadline, which is, I believe, December 1st, to whatever format they want to change to. They've got to let ESPN know. Otherwise, it's going to be status quo. My opinion is the Big Ten's not going to move off of its desires because they want to hold they want to get the SEC to 9 conference games. That's kind of what they're holding it up. The SEC is not really willing to move to 9 conference games. And so it's basically going to be a stalemate, and we're going to still have a 12-team playoff next year. And it's just, we're going to have this conversation year to year to year until one of the two sides relents. But I don't think we're going to get a final decision or that the Big Ten is going to come off of its platform this year. What do you think?
I think you're right. I just see the principles backing down. Sankey is not backing down. Sankey does seem open to the idea of playing 9 conference games, but it doesn't seem like their coaches want to. So that might be a false read too. That's just my read. I think what you laid out is right, it's sort of annoying because I think we're going to have this conversation over and over.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's I hate to say the word annoying. It's a very negative word. It's already kind of annoying.
Yes.
But if I were Petiti, I wouldn't want to be in the position where I back down. Either way, it's not a great look. It's not a great look that the Big Ten's the outlier. That's not a great look. But it's probably even a worse look to back down. So he's in an unenviable position, in my opinion.
I mean, I hate the idea. I think the Big Ten's idea is ridiculous. I understand, though, why they want it. And really, it's almost like, I mean, I don't know if there's so much. I think they're married to the idea because they like the idea of play-in games, the top 6 teams, getting involved somehow and expanding conference championship weekend. But I really think they want that as that bargaining chip to get the SEC to finally come up to 9, right? And so I understand why they want to stick to it and why they probably should stick to it, even if the public doesn't think the idea is a great idea.
Yeah, there's a lot of this conversation I don't quite understand. I think part of it is, and we have these conversations thinking out loud, the SEC wanting the 5 plus 11. I think the idea is they can get 5 teams in there
easily.
6.
Exactly. They don't want to. They don't want to limit themselves.
Right, to 4. So there's that. What I don't understand completely, and maybe you can help me, the idea of playing games seems incredibly lucrative and popular with the public. 6 versus 3, 5 versus 4, 1 versus 2. Okay, so if the Big Ten did that, you can imagine that Saturday and how mammoth that would be. And it could be even a case where Nebraska's participating. And then the question I have is, why wouldn't the SEC want to do that? Wouldn't they also benefit greatly from that sort of setup?
Theoretically, they would, yeah, because that's money they would keep all to themselves. Those play-in games.
It just goes back to the fact they don't want to play, or they don't want to play 9. They don't want to have a 9-game conference schedule. It probably just goes back to that.
Yeah, because that would be just another conference game for everybody. But we'll see. It'll be an interesting little debate. I agree with you though, Sip. I think Petiti's going to be very, very diplomatic, very down the middle. Sankey was out there saying, yeah, you know what? We've had all these lists and, our 8 games is greater than their 9, blah, blah, blah. I mean, they're a little more boastful. Mm-hmm. Big Ten's a little more, button down collar type. And I don't expect them to say anything inflammatory next week.
Sankey is incredibly pompous, but I do appreciate that he. I mean, who the boss is.
Yep.
I like that. He's in control, and I appreciate that about him. He's willing. There's a willingness to do that. It's not an easy job.
Steve Sipple, Husker Online. Thanks, Sip.
Yeah, you guys are great. Thanks for the question, that early one. That's a fascinating question.
It has Sip.
By the way, what's the vote right now?
We are now over 1,000 votes, and it has dipped into door number 1 territory, 50.2%.
Oh no! They're taking the deal. No,
this is like Florida in 2000, where it's going to be decided by just a handful of votes.
That's my favorite go to the door. Supreme Court. Oh
yeah.
How is that close?
Yes.
Dude, I don't know if I've ever put out a poll question that has a combination of this many votes and being this razor thin. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It is really amazing. It's amazing that people would want to go through those 3 consecutive groin kicks. Just the most painful, more painful than any groin kick of the last 25 years.
Yeah, it would be pretty bad.
Yeah, 2 losses to Iowa. Yeah.
And damn well that in one of those losses, Iowa's going to win by only gaining 1 first down. You just know that's going to happen.
Oh, boy.
Something stupid, right?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Mm.
No, I'm 100%. I will not back down from my vote. I'd take my chances on the other part.
Those are crazy.
I love it. Sip, have a good week.
Bye, Sip.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com.
Wow. This is incredible.
It is.
I mean, I'm serious. And
We've
now,
never
by the way,
had anything that's been this close.
the Iowa fans and Minnesota fans have started seeing this. So, I don't know why Minnesota, this doesn't,
Yeah, Minnesota, you're not in
you're
this
losing
scenario.
to Nebraska on a Friday night. This
Yeah,
doesn't
you're not in
concern-
this scenario. It
doesn't
doesn't,
concern
it
you.
doesn't bother you.
By the way, to go back to your question of Sip about special teams and the increase, a good one from Severe talking about huge jump. 2013, Nebraska 72nd in special teams efficiency. In 2014, they were number 1. In large part, of course, because of DeMornay Pearson L. I liked how you phrased it, though. Could this be the 2003 from 2002 defensive improvement? Because that defense in 02 sucked. And with a lot of the same guys. The next year, attacking style, massive number of takeaways, of course.
And you know what the common denominator is between both of those?
Bo Pelini.
Mark Bo Pelini.
Wow.
Bring back Bo.
He gave him the I at the end of his name, Nick.
Wow.
Remember what he used to call him?
Yep. Don't bring it up because he's going to do it again.
Oh, Bo Pelini.
Told you.
Well, thank God he's on vacation tomorrow,
Bo Pelini.
Nick.
I hadn't done that in quite some time.
It's
I don't
been
know.
a long
You haven't, and I haven't
time.
wanted to bring it up because then you'd start doing
Now
it again.
Too late.
Thanks, Josh.
Well,
Bring back Bo Pelini.
nice.
When we continue, we've still got some content to come.
Are we going to get to the other poll question, or are we going to just have to say goodbye, poll question?
No, we can get to that one.
All right, cool.
Because I'm a little...
It's been a really pulley day today.
I'm a little befuddled by the results in that on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to the grunt. Is Alan still there?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Nope, he's not.
So Alan was going to tell us a story about what, Nick?
He was at Deer Creek.
My dad used to be a member there.
And
Golf course,
he said that he had met somebody there who had hit an albatross on hole 15.
Wait, today?
Yeah,
I don't know if it was today, but he wanted to
that's not that good of a story. No offense, Alan.
But did he see it?
he wanted to recognize the person who did it by
Well,
sharing their name.
I mean, famously, we recognize Nick Baugh getting a hole-in-one when he never did get a hole-in-one.
Famously. What a time to be alive.
Well,
congrats on the albatross.
In addition to the other poll question that has dominated the conversation, this one not nearly as active, but rather interesting.
Wait, there's another poll question?
A second poll question has hit the ground.
I think this is the first one.
Nick, do you have the video from yesterday that I had you grab?
The one that another one of us said that they were going to take care of uploading?
You literally said I'm uploading it right now.
No, I said it's processing right now because then you said you were going to upload
still
it.
Processing?
No, once Nick said it's processing, I was like, well, I'm not going to do it then.
Well, that processing doesn't mean uploading. I can do that. Give me a sec.
Oh, is it not there yet?
I mean, I have it. I just need to download it and then upload
I didn't want to backseat produce. That's why I didn't say anything during the commercial break. You teased that we were talking about this segment. Figured it'd all be ready.
Well, I thought that you had gotten it because you said
Josh,
you would
can
take care of it.
produce again if you want.
Nope.
He said he would take care of it.
And then you responded after and said it's processing.
And then you posted it on Twitter.
I'd posted on Twitter before that.
Yeah, you got it from
That's
Twitter.
why I was like, I have it already. But you were like, it's I was like, all right, fine.
Well, anyway.
Misunderstood the whole thing.
Yesterday on the Grum, when Michael Severe was on, we were talking about he who shall not be named.
We have broken the ban.
We've broken the ban many times.
Too many times.
Many
the
times.
The ban is the ban. We have banned the ban.
We have banned the ban.
Ban of brothers.
Yeah, nice.
Here,
that could be a funny
Here
graphic.
is what Michael said yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can click on it.
Told me who's working on putting together stuff about this, about his career here, said after people said they didn't want to talk, after he said that, people then called them back and said they wanted to talk. So it has reached the point now where people are like disgusted with it and with him, whether it should be or not. And they want to get it off their chest.
Are we going to get a book?
Yes.
We're going to get a book.
We're going to get a book. We're going to get a book. I'm not writing it. Just so you know, I'm not writing it.
Is it Dirk Chatelain finally? Is he writing the book?
Not Dirk. Dirk. I wonder if Dirk would do that. Because if Dirk's going to do it.
We still need the book on the 10 years before that. And then the
Dirk,
10 years before that.
Well, Dirk was working and he was at the paper and he was putting out daily columns. And he wrote writing another book, by the way, a very successful book.
Yes, a very good
24th in Glory. Dirk, as a journalist, would want to have, I believe, Frost's side of it. I think whoever tells this story is not going to tell it with his side. I just don't. I don't think he's going to want to. Right.
Not going to get it either.
Yeah. And some people would not write it without that, I think.
All right. So that's what Michael said yesterday. That now folks who had not been willing to talk about what happened during the Scott Frost era are now willing to talk because Frost's words last week really ticked them off.
Yes.
So someone out there, we don't know who, is at least in the process of mining for stuff for a Scott Frost book. So we asked a question today on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. How interested are you in the tales that would be told in such a book? Very interested, somewhat interested, a little interested, or no interest at all. No interest at all, 35%.
You people are such babies.
30% very interested.
Yes.
So the extremes, it's slightly
Classic
no interest.
America, am I right, John?
I guess. 21%, 22 rounded up, somewhat interested, 13% a little interested. I am surprised. Listen, it's Nebraska football.
Yeah, aren't you interested?
You like to read about it anyway. Aren't you interested in the stories as to why things went so badly?
Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. It really does seem like there's a large part of the fan base like that, right? I saw, when one of the last times, I don't know if it was May or if it was his thing last week. One of the things that I saw was like, we just need to move forward and stop looking at the past. And it's like, imagine if historians operated in the same way. We shouldn't study
Wait a minute, the fan base has been living in the past forever.
Yeah.
Now no longer wants to live in the past.
Yeah, it's very curious to me.
It's a trend that's been happening a lot just in the world lately.
Yeah. Now look, I'm always interested in things that pertains to Husker football. Also, like, I've read the books about the good old days. I want to know why things went wrong. It's what, in the crossover, it's why I asked about like the Big Ten championship game. Like, what the hell happened? What's the explanation for why they lost by 39 points in a game that, they had everything to play for? You can't tell me that it's not interesting why the Frost era went the way it did.
Yeah.
Now the biggest question is
very interesting.
The biggest question is who is speaking. The biggest question is who is talking. Who is going on the record and who is going off the record, and how much can you trust those people? Because he said it, forget about even like a Dirk who would want to talk to Frost, because I'm with Michael. Frost is not going to speak. He's probably triggered at the Athletic,
Oh, he is. He's definitely triggered at the Athletic.
So like, he's not going to speak about, so it's like, okay, if you can't get him, does he tell people within the, like, former Huskers, former players, whatever, coaches, like, please don't talk? And do they follow through with that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we reached out to a coach who was fired after the Ohio State game in 2021. We did. The show reached out to a coach. We said, do you want to come on the show? And that coach said, no, I don't want to talk about it. And reached out again, I think, maybe it was after Frost got fired. Would you want to talk? And they said no. And I have not asked this person, and I never will ask them again.
Right.
It's not a big deal. But that the story there is not, wow, we got shot down. The story is people don't want to talk about it.
No.
I've reached out to former players to interview them about things, and they have said no. They have said no. So
but it's interesting,
people,
but what Michael said yesterday, that
Yes.
there are folks who in the past have not been willing to say anything.
Yeah.
Who, because of what Scott Frost said last week, have kind of motivated them to say, okay, fine, you're going to burn a bridge, I'm going to burn a bridge.
Yeah.
Whoever that person is. So I'd be curious to know who those people are who have now changed their tune.
Me too.
Because I'm guessing they are people that have Nebraska loyalties.
Yeah.
Because, what he said last week was essentially, hey, it's the wrong job.
Yeah.
It was the wrong job.
Yeah, who do you want to hear from? You get five people, and you can choose any five, and they'll say yes.
Except for Scott Frost.
Except for Scott Frost.
You'd obviously want to hear his side.
I got two obvious ones. Bill Moose, of course.
Well, he's writing his own book.
That's true. Bill Moose, and by the way, Sam McEwen mentioned that in his mailbag today. He texted Moose about something, and Moose was like, it's going to be answered in my book. So stay tuned for that.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Moose, Adrian Martinez. Those are the first two names that come to mind because Adrian was there for 4 years.
Yeah.
Adrian has broken jaw gate.
Yeah.
Adrian has a lot of stuff. So those would be.
And Adrian hasn't been willing to.
Adrian, and that dude he deserves better.
Yeah,
he deserves better at Nebraska.
Yeah, I would not say Bill Moose only because he's going to have his own book. So if I had to pick five other people,
all right, so would Adrian be on your list?
Adrian would definitely be there.
Trev.
Jeff, he's going on the record.
Yeah, he'd have some interesting things to say. Any other assistants?
Mm.
I got one for you just because there was a lot of rumors about stuff going sideways in 2021. Greg Austin.
Yeah.
I would be of all the guys who got fired that year.
Yeah.
Because it was him and Verduzco.
Well, there was the incident that happened after the Illinois game.
Bingo.
Between
That's
those two.
I'd say, hey, why was Frost wearing a different outfit at the post-game press conference?
Now,
do you have any details on this?
You would probably, I don't know what. If you want someone that might represent the Frost side, Matt Davis.
Yes, and you would. I would want that. I would want to hear his explanation for what happened. I'm trying to think of, J.D. Spielman. J.D. Spielman was a player that was not well liked when that staff arrived, and I don't think he was well liked when he left. That staff did not like J.D. Spielman. And so I imagine he would have some interesting things to say about that time.
Would Maurice Washington be an interesting?
Yes, he would.
Because remember,
absolutely,
because that was one of the. Well, what year was that? When all that
was
stuff,
2019. That was ahead of year two.
So, because that was the first. That was one of the first, call it controversies, that happened,
and people kind of pushed back against Frost.
Where folks, myself included,
were
very We're like, wait a minute. Why are we going? Why was he getting advice from this person? Why did they, go to an attorney who had no experience in this side of the legal business to handle this situation?
Yeah.
And if you don't remember, Maurice Washington was alleged to have had underage?
He texted I don't even want to say it wrong, but he texted somebody or he sent a video or something like that of somebody who was underage,
Right.
like a revenge porn type situation.
Right. That's something along those lines. But
yeah,
that might be like a honorable mention.
That's a good one. I hadn't thought of him at all. Yeah.
Now, Grant, you'll get one thing. Wan'Dale Robinson.
Wan'Dale's a really good one. You made a good argument a couple moments ago. Like, try to find some of the other side. Who are some of the players that you really thought were in the camp? Who was the guy at Big Ten Media Days in 22 that was like, I just want to see him happy or whatever? Was that Gifford? So maybe get one of, honestly, like a Stanley Morgan. He had that one year, and it seemed like they were really, thumbs up to each other. So we'll see. I'm really interested.
You know what my gut tells me?
We're not getting the book.
We're not getting a book. This isn't going to happen.
Or what if we do get a book, but the book is nothing but positive things to say about Scott Frost?
That would
never
be
mentions
awesome.
anything else.
Adam points out Tyjon Lindsey, Rabdogate.
Oh, Rabdogate.
Remember that? By the way, an update on the poll question. John, this is amazing. 1,075 votes, 50.1% door number 1, 49.9% door number 2.
My
50.1% of you were taking the wrong deal.
It's literally a vote that is separating
It's a wrong deal.
It is literally a vote.
It's a bad deal.
Let Iowa
don't do
win
it.
twice.
No, don't let Iowa win twice.
Do
and
it.
Don't
Think
let
about
Texas win once.
Think about it. It's 11-1.
Derry, home of Pennywise the Clown, writes, rather go 1-11 with the only win being Iowa.
Okay, now that's ridiculous. I'll admit that is ridiculous.
That is the dumbest crap that I've ever heard.
That's not a year 3 bump at all.
Jordan points out it was Garrett Nelson, not Gifford.
Garrett Nelson.
Yeah, one of those guys. Yeah, who are the guys that liked Frost?
There are a few. There were a few.
What about Jared? Want to hear from Jared? Lambrecht? Oh, I got one. Dominic Raiola. And if you know, you know.
Yeah.
Do you think...
I mean, the chapter on the
Dylan
recruit, that's a chapter by itself.
Oh yeah,
on how that was handled.
Yeah. What are the odds that Trev?
I would be stunned.
I would too.
But that'd be pretty cool. Be a lot cooler if he did.
The idea that Dylan Raiola is still here after how things went, in that failed recruitment, does say an awful lot about the Raiolas and the loyalty they have to this place.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is nothing.
A good one from Adam. Cam Jurgens would be in Frost camp. That'd be interesting. Cam Jurgens, they switched positions, and now he's winning Super Bowls. I'm depressed.
All right, coming up, we have our content.
What do we have in content today?
Well, we're going to get to a question about NFL quarterback props, and
finally,
we have some updated win totals for Major League Baseball teams.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see what the Rockies is.
Oh, you'll find out next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
National League, Inferior League. Who wins tonight?
AL, baby, let's go. DH forever.
They both have the DH now.
You just are trying to copy us. Go AL.
You don't have a team.
Oh,
what are
wait,
you
I like
talking-
Ohtani. Go NL.
Oh, you.
You got to root for Ohtani. Ha, ha, ha.
Yeah, and he's probably going to blow it for us,
Nah,
too.
I'll go with the AL. Nick?
Can't even play
NL.
defense.
Surrounded by NL honks.
We
Sad.
are the older league.
You
Yeah.
are, that's true.
We're the
And
superior
the
league.
best league. Our friends at Husker Online have a list of 5 Huskers that need a big camp this August. Corkboard, John Hall, Quinton Ives, Teddy P, and Williams Nwaneri.
Very good.
Much got him, man.
How do we feel about their choices?
Does Waneri need to have a big camp?
I don't think so.
I mean, it'd be nice if he did.
Yeah.
It'd be nice if they all did.
Be a lot cooler if he did.
I can't disagree with the other 4. Because you're talking about 2 offensive linemen, the backup running back,
A kicker who's in a battle.
and a kicker who's in a battle. And if Nebraska's special teams truly are going to be better, they better make some kicks.
Yeah,
So I actually agree with 4 out of the 5.
Yeah, I agree. In terms of the linemen, Teddy P and Turner Corcoran, like, dude, this is the end of the road for them, you know? So they're obvious ones. I'm with you, though. Winneri, like, I don't know, maybe we're all wrong, but everything I read about him and hear about him, people think this is more of a long-term play than it is a 2025 play. So I agree with the other ones. I don't know if I agree with that one.
If your Tampa Bay Rays make the postseason, they will get to host a playoff game in Steinbrenner Field, their tiny baby minor league stadium. Does it diminish the vibe of a playoff game if played in front of 10,000 fans?
I mean, yes, but it also is really interesting.
Yeah.
You know, I'd love to see it. You know, I remember when the Chargers, go Chargers, when they played at that soccer stadium for 2 years, they never hosted a playoff game. But, I mean, it was really weird watching games at 20,000 seat stadium, especially when the opposing fan bases would invade it. So would it be obvious or diminish the vibe? Probably. Would I love to watch it? Definitely.
It definitely could happen, but they got the approval. So
Could you imagine a few World Series games at Steinbrenner Field?
That would be amazing.
my God, the tickets for that would be ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
The Rockies' new update win total is 39.5.
39.5?
Yep, 39.5.
That's not very good, Nick.
That's down from an already low preseason total of 59.5. Are you taking the over or the under on the new number?
They're at 22 right now?
Yep.
Yeah.
But they're not halfway through. They're more than halfway through the season.
Mm-hmm. About 96 games.
You're the baseball man. This is your question. Go first. What are you doing?
I think I'm going to take the under.
I'm going over. Nick, I believe in your team to win 43
I mean,
games.
I want them to go under. I want them to have the worst winning percentage.
They're not
because
going
they
to.
deserve it.
They're not going to.
That ownership deserves it.
They're going to win some games.
Their horrible fans deserve it. Oh, sorry. I mean,
ownership deserves it, John?
Horrible fans.
That's the reason why they're in the bad situation they're in.
Are you licking boots now, Nick?
Oh, sorry. I misinterpreted what John was saying. I forgot. He said under, you said over.
Yeah.
Got it. I saw a graphic yesterday that the Rockies have the 5th hardest remaining schedule.
Oh, crap.
Well, in all fairness, the Rockies could play against Creighton and Nebraska's backups, and it would be a hard schedule.
Oh, John, Nebraska, really?
Unless they got to play the Jack Mitchell softball experience.
Ooh, yeah. Who would win a game there?
Society.
Another day, another list.
Mm.
We love lists, don't we, folks?
Sure.
We do.
Bill Barnwell has ranked the best 25 NFL teams since 2000. Not best Super Bowl winners, mind you, because number 1, well, that's the 2007 Patriots. The rest of the top 5 include the 2013 Seahawks, 2004 Patriots, 24 Eagles, and 2017 Eagles. We're probably all triggered together by this list, huh?
So how about this, John? The 2 Rams teams that made it into the top 25 both lost Super Bowls, including your 01 Pats at number 10 and the 2018 Pats at number 25. Look, the 2007 Patriots are the best football team that I've ever watched play. And if I ever see one that's better than them, well, I hope it's the Dallas Cowboys someday. So I actually think that that's proper. Seeing two Eagles teams this high up is very upsetting, though. I do.
Were they
not
that good?
Who? The Eagles?
Both those Eagles teams. I mean, they were good.
I'm surprised the 17 Eagles were. I mean, last year's Eagles team, they were at the end of the year. But, I mean, it kind of took them a little bit to get going. Honestly, I'm surprised that none of the Chiefs teams were inside of the top 10. Especially...
No, there had to be one in there, wasn't there?
Or not in the top 5, excuse me. Yeah, the highest Chiefs team was...
2019.
And that was the one that won the Super Bowl.
That was the first of the Super Bowl, this current Super Bowl run.
Yeah. And where were they at? They were
Number
number
9.
9. Yeah, that was a good team.
I am glad they did acknowledge the greatness of the 2001 Rams.
Awesome.
I'm telling you, if they would have won that Super Bowl, if the Patriots wouldn't have cheated, that team would have been easily in the top 5
that team
of this list.
Rocked, man.
I mean, this team was really good, and they dominated everybody.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to look at the list. Are any of the Kurt Warner Cardinal teams on there?
No.
By the way, I do think
Because
that's
the team they won the Super Bowl with was
that made the Super Bowl.
That made the Super Bowl. I'm sorry,
They were like 10-6.
They were
I think.
barely 500.
9-7, maybe. That Seahawks team, by the way, I don't know if they're number 2, but I think it's a proper ranking to have them as high as they are. That Seahawks team was insane, especially on defense.
Russell Wilson Seahawks?
Yeah, they were awesome that year.
NFL quarterback props are out for passing yards, touchdowns, and interceptions. Which props on the list have you most befuddled?
Well, we teased this earlier. So the player with the highest total for yards and touchdowns is Joe Burrow.
Yep.
4,250.5 yards, 33.5 touchdowns. My first question, though, when I opened this document was, where is Mahomes? Because I figured he'd be low. He's number 2. 4,000.5 passing yards, 27.5 passing touchdowns. Look, maybe he has a nice rebound year. You know, I mean, he is still Patrick Mahomes after all. A bump, exactly, Nick. So that one definitely stood out to me. How about J.J. McCarthy as not a rookie, but a first-year starter for the Vikings? 3,650.5 passing yards, 24.5 passing touchdowns. Those are the first 2 or first 3 rather that I guess stood out.
You know, I scoffed too at Mahomes in 4,000, but he was damn close last year. He was only within 72 yards. And of course,
wow, that's true.
6 seasons before that, he eclipsed 4,000 yards.
So we shouldn't be surprised.
It just doesn't. It never seems like he's a great fantasy quarterback, that he puts up a lot of big numbers, but he has. So maybe that 4,000 isn't so ridiculous after all.
That's interesting. And especially because he only played in 16 games last year, right? If he played in 17, he barely played in week 18.
And we always talked about, man, it seemed like maybe they'd slipped a little bit. He still, I mean, sure, he didn't throw for 30 touchdowns, but it was his fewest interceptions since 2020.
Interesting.
He had 11 picks last year. That's his fewest since 2020 when he had only 6. So it's not a bad number after all. What did you think? See, Dak had a number at 3,850. That seemed high to me.
Well,
Stafford 3,750.
Dak, they don't have a run game, so I think they will be chucking the ball around. How about Jaden Daniels at 3,500, 24.5 touchdown passes? Like, he's going to be a guy. I cannot wait to see what happens with him this year, in like a month and a half, Nick. Does he break through, or not break through, but does he continue his climb, or does he have a sophomore slump like C.J. Stroud did last year?
I was also disappointed looking at Tua's that they didn't also have an over-under on how many times he would have to leave a game because...
Got him.
His marbles are rock.
Wow.
Former NFL quarterback Teddy Bridgewater, speaking of the Dolphins...
Oh, yes!
...has been suspended by Miami Northwestern High School after he revealed on social media that he's been helping his players pay for Uber rides, meals, and recovery services. He was suspended by the Florida High School Athletic Association for giving impermissible benefits. Is this 2025 or 1984?
I am nice. Nice. Good reference.
Thank you.
This is insane to me. You know, I always thought, John, the rules for doing this were mainly illegal because of college, not because of the actual high school level, because, like, no offense, but who cares? I can't believe it's for this type of stuff, you know? Normal things, meals, recovery services, Uber rides. That's wild. That's absolutely wild to me. that a coach would get suspended for that in 2025.
This is going to be, and listen, I understand you don't want to have impermissible benefits, but these are for things that were absolutely needed. This wasn't because you're trying to, coax some kid to transfer to your school to, buy you a new house. This is for basic stuff, getting to and from practice. Kids who have been hurt and need rehab, but can't pay for the recovery. This is a really tough look. I'll be very curious to see if public sentiment gets the Florida High School Athletic Association to change their mind.
Agreed.
David Corn Sweat?
I think it's Corn Sweat.
Corn Sweat.
The man who's now playing Superman. It's an appropriate name because, Kansas. I guess it's more wheat in Kansas than corn.
That's true.
He's given his take on which order people should watch the Star Wars movie in. New Hope, Empire, Phantom Menace, Clones, Revenge of the Sith, Jedi, and Jedi. That's the last one. That's 6.
That's true.
Now, real nerds will actually recognize this as the Machete order.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts?
I think this is the correct order. I did this one time with somebody that I was in a relationship with. We don't talk about that anymore. And I actually thought that it was a very rewarding movie-going experience. You watch 4, you watch 5, you find out, spoiler alert, that Darth Vader is Luke's dad, and then you get to go back in time and figure out how y'all got there. And then in episode 6, it's just like the end of the story until episode 7 and 8 and 9. Mm-hmm. But I think it's a great order. I think it's a tremendous order for a first-time viewer.
The fun part about this order, too, is Phantom Menace is optional. You don't have to watch Phantom Menace on the order.
But the pod racing scene.
I know. I love that's based off of Formula 1.
I don't understand why people hate episode 1 so much, but not episode 2.
I think they
Clone Wars was bad.
I think they just hate the child acting, and it's mostly like politics, because it's like it's all about tariffs.
It is a very political movie.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
John, what do you think of this order, though?
I understand the logic behind it, but that's not how the movies were made.
Yeah, but George Lucas doesn't do how the movies were made.
Enjoy
hey, look, it's
the
Jabba.
order. Enjoy the order in which they were in. If this isn't enough reason to not go see this pathetic Superman, don't.
Nice.
Because he's trying to destroy what is a great American tradition.
John's a woke Superman guy.
I wasn't going to watch the movie anyway. I don't really care.
Because Superman's a bad superhero.
Yep.
Because he just has every power. Except a rock hurts him.
And he's an illegal immigrant, Josh.
And I know.
And he's an illegal immigrant.
Woke.
All right, when we come back, what's for dinner? 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night we had some Alfredo noodles and chicken meatballs.
Oh, interesting. Is it good?
Yeah, I liked it.
Salmon was tasty. I thought of you with every bite. Really, really good.
The only thing less enticing than the salmon
Titanic
is
scenario.
the Titanic scenario.
The salmon was really good. Tonight, sadly, it's not going to be brats and a baked potato, but I'm going to do brats because we have leftover brats. I'm going to meet some friends after the show, and so I'll have them later. Brats and probably French fries, or maybe chips and salsa if I'm feeling frisky.
Nice.
Wait, chips and salsa is more frisky than French fries?
I mean, with brats, it just sounds weird. I thought you'd make fun of me for it. But if I do the fries, I can dip them in buffalo sauce that I made, which I love. I love my buffalo sauce.
No free advertising, but we went out to dinner last night.
Where'd you go?
It's a place next to Robbie's favorite hot dog place, off of like around 120th and Blondo.
I was there this past weekend, Nick.
Nice.
Yeah. Did you get a hot dog?
No, because it's next to that place.
Well, you can order them in that bar though.
Oh, you can?
Oh yeah, that's where Robbie would always order them, and they go next door to the gas station and get the hot dogs.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Sounds weird.
Anyway, they have They do meatball Mondays.
Yeah.
So I got a meatball flight and then a burger.
A meatball flight.
Yeah.
That might be the most Gen Z sentence one could have about food.
And like they were just like normal meatballs, but they had Swedish, Italian, Argentine, and
and SpaghettiOs meatballs.
It's a spaghetti.
Argentine and Mexican meatballs. It was good.
Awesome.
It sounds good.
Yeah.
What are you having tonight?
Don't know.
Another meatball flight.
John, what are you doing the next
It's not
few
Meatball
days?
Monday
You're
anymore.
leaving us.
I'm leaving town.
Do you know what you're doing?
Yes, I know what I'm
Okay,
doing.
because when I got the message from your wife, it seemed like it was a surprise.
No,
She was like, John's leaving. I was like, what?
No.
Oh. And she's like, don't tell John.
That it kind of seemed
Wait
It
a
did
minute,
seem
why-
like that, yeah.
Why did she send you an email? I don't
I don't
understand.
know. It was like you need fill-ins. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, but it made it seem like it was this really secretive thing. Like I wasn't sure if I could talk to you.
Correct. That's why I'm asking if you know where you're going.
No.
Okay.
I don't think she had decided yet.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That would make more sense.
Maybe that's
because this was
why.
months ago.
Yeah, she hadn't decided yet.
Like I thought you were going to like another AC/DC show for some reason.
We're not.
So
So
we
we to Northern California.
We got Austin tomorrow. We have Dumb Debates. He's very happy that it's not a hot take day. He hates hot take market because he's bad at it.
Which is so like he'll have a hot take in the show, but then when it comes to hot take market, he just freezes.
Though yesterday he crapped on Memorial Stadium's atmosphere, so maybe we'll talk about that with him.
That's a hot take.
Oh, it's a hot take, all right.
Well, have yourself a great rest of your Tuesday.
John, have a fun time.
We'll
Bye,
do our
John.
best.
Bye-bye.
Good night.